Sharks. Fast, agile, and deadly. Normally, they leave humans alone. But North Carolina, in 2019, was different.
There was a lot of blood in the water.
4 shark attacks in less than 2 months.
Colorado County 911 with emergency.
I'm too young to die. I don't want to go out like this.
All I could think was my kids are in the water.
The cause is a mystery.
Whenever there's a cluster of shark attacks, it usually means that something has changed.
And the answer to this deadly riddle could affect us all.
This is our favorite beach. It's quiet, there's not a lot of people. You have a lot of kids that come out. It's a family beach.
Catherine Statt and her family come to Fort Macon State Park Beach in North Carolina several times a year.
It's really nice just to be able to sit, listen to the ocean, the waves, and just relax.
North Carolina has more than 300 miles of pristine oceanic coastline. It boasts an abundance of marine life, like long-fin squid, loggerhead sea turtles, and even West Indian manatees. It's also home to more than a dozen species of shark. Tigers, bulls, hammerheads, and the unique thresher shark that uses its elongated tail to corral schools of fish before they strike. Despite the presence of these prodigious hunters, contact with humans is rare. But in 2019, North Carolina's sharks attack.
It happened right here. I was with my husband and my son. It was a normal day. Families, kids were in the water.
Among the bathers is 17-year-old Paige Winter, who is swimming in the shallows with her father.
We're sitting there on the beach, watching the water. And I remember looking out, thinking I saw something go through the wave. I knew something wasn't right. All of a sudden, there was someone screaming shark. There was a lot of blood in the water.
Paige's father rushes to her aid.
Her dad just started going at him.
The desperate parent punches the shark again and again.
It was surreal. It was like something you would see on TV.
Finally, the predator releases.
When they pulled Paige out of the water, her leg was sheared completely off of the bone. My first thought was to call 911.
Colorado County 911, what's the address of your emergency? There was a shark in the water. We have someone who's gonna hurt.
Paramedics arrive within minutes and rush the 17-year-old to the hospital. Doctors are able to save her life, but are forced to amputate her leg.
This is a young girl. She's just starting her life out. And
The attack on Paige Winter makes headlines around the world. Little does anyone know, it's just the beginning. Over the next 6 weeks, there are 3 more attacks along the North Carolina coast. 4 in total. Nearly double the average for the past 30 years. For tourists and locals alike, it's a potentially devastating turn of events.
It would be hideous if our children couldn't swim in the ocean. I think it's critical to know why it's happening.
As a mom, you don't ever think you're gonna be in the water with your kids and a shark is gonna bite you.
So what's behind this sudden increase in shark attacks? First, investigators need to find out which species is involved. A clue might lie in a chilling discovery made by an organization known as OCEARCH. For the past decade, researchers have been tagging sharks with GPS locators along the east coast of the United States. But less than a month before the attacks, they reported something alarming. 4 great white sharks clustered together off the North Carolina coast.
For the most part, white sharks are known to be loners. That 4 sharks were found off the North Carolina coast in relative proximity to each other is unusual.
Dr. Dan Abel from Coastal Carolina University has been studying sharks along the Atlantic seaboard for more than a decade.
825, first hook in.
According to Dr. Abel, white sharks aren't usually found close together because they hunt on their own.
Adult white sharks typically eat very fatty kinds of foods. So seals or sea lions would be optimal food.
As they hunt, white sharks seem to employ a specialized technique in which they pursue their target alone. It's called spy hopping. Rather than choosing their prey at random, white sharks may actually poke their heads out of the water to scan the shoreline for the weakest seals. Once a target has been identified, they wait for it to enter the water and then strike without mercy. So given that great whites mostly hunt alone, why are these 4 clustered together? And could this be linked to the attacks on humans in North Carolina? The answer might be found 600 miles to the north, in Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Similar clusters of great whites have been tracked off the coast of the popular vacation spot. Scientists believe that in the last decade, the population of the predator in the area has exploded. Sightings near shore have made headlines.
11 great white sharks have been spotted close to the shore.
The video begins moments after the shark takes a big chunk out of the seal.
And as the population has risen, so have the number of attacks on beachgoers. In recent years, the number of incidents has quadrupled, with tragic consequences. In 2018, a 26-year-old surfer was killed by a great white.
It was the first deadly shark attack in Massachusetts in more than 80 years.
So, could the same chain of events be unfolding in North Carolina? Dr. Dan Huber from the University of Tampa Shark Lab investigates. Statistics show that the white shark population in North Carolina has risen. But, according to Huber, there's a subtle difference in the behavior of the predator in the Tar Heel state compared to Massachusetts.
White sharks are known to come very close to shore, up in the New England area, because there's a large seal population. But along the coast of North Carolina, where there's less seals, they're not known to do so.
Sure enough, when the data related to the North Carolina cluster is analyzed, there's a problem.
Now, this cluster was about 20 miles out. If white sharks had been associated with the attacks, we would have found those spottings much, much closer to shore.
Great white sharks aren't behind the spike. But the question remains, which species is responsible? The attack on Paige Winter bears all the hallmarks of another deadly predator. One with a reputation for removing the appendages of its prey. In 2019, the normally tranquil coast of North Carolina is struck by 4 shark attacks in just over 6 weeks. The cause is a mystery.
It's important to study spikes in shark attacks because it always tells us something about how people and sharks are interacting differently.
To solve the riddle, the species of shark responsible must be found. Experts analyze the nature of the victim's injuries. In the case of Paige Winter, the culprit all but removed her leg. And North Carolina is home to a prodigious hunter with the capability to remove the limbs of its prey, the tiger shark.
Tiger sharks are found in tropical and semi-tropical waters all around the world. They can grow up to 18 feet long and weigh as much as 2,000 pounds.
A favorite menu item for the tiger shark is sea turtles. Typically, the predator disables its reptilian prey by biting off the limbs. Then they return to finish the job. But could a tiger shark inflict the same kind of damage on a human, like that described in Paige Winter's attack? Dan Huber investigates.
What we've got here is a set of tiger shark jaws. And the really unique thing about tiger shark jaws is the shape of the teeth. You can see that the teeth on the right side have cusps that point to the right, and the teeth on the left side have cusps that point to the left. And what this creates is a really effective sawing mechanism.
Huber uses a section of tiger shark jaw to saw into a shoulder of pork. The texture and density of this raw meat is similar to the muscles of a human leg.
And what happens is that when I pull on it, the cusps that are facing to the right dig into the flesh. And then when I push on it, the back sides of those cusps are clearing out any of the connective tissue that didn't get cut the first time around. And this simulates what the tiger shark does when it shakes its head to the left and to the right. It's this constant series of sawing and clearing and sawing and clearing, which helps them to dig through really, really tough tissues, including tendons, ligaments, and even bone. That's what a tiger shark can do.
It seems that a tiger shark could have removed Paige Winter's leg. But to be certain of the species involved in a shark attack, the severity of the damage isn't the only factor to consider.
When doing a bite mark analysis, the curvature of the bite and any spacing between the tooth marks can often give you an indication of the species of shark that attacked that person.
When Paige's wounds are analyzed, the results are surprising. The teeth marks suggest the teenager was attacked not by a tiger shark, but by a bull shark.
Bull sharks can grow up to about 10 feet long and weigh as much as 700 pounds. They will eat virtually anything.
On the menu for this indiscriminate predator are small fish, dolphins, and even as this video shot by tourists in South Africa shows, hippos. So were the 3 other victims in the spike also attacked by bull sharks? Huber analyzes the rest of the bite marks.
Here's the second victim from June. The larger laceration came from the upper jaw of the shark, and it also shows that there were multiple bites. There was also an 8-year-old boy who was attacked on June 17th, who showed the same kind of damage. And here's the female victim from July 18th. The curvature of the jaw on whatever had bitten her was very, very tight. We can see a series of puncture here on the upper portion of her heel.
After studying the injuries, Dan comes to a conclusion.
Based upon this, it's likely that there were 2 species of sharks involved, the bull shark and the blacktip shark.
Blacktip sharks are found in warm, shallow waters around the globe. They can grow to be 8 feet long and typically feed off small, bony fish. Like their larger cousin, the great white, they often propel their bodies out of the water while hunting their prey. It appears that both bull sharks and blacktips are behind the attacks. So what could cause 2 different species to bite swimmers along the North Carolina coast? A detail from the second attack could turn the investigation on its head.
This is a local beach. A lot of us come here. We call it the Water Tower. It's one of our favorite places on the island.
In June, Kim Reed and her 19-year-old son, Austin, came here with family and friends.
Austin was in a great mood. We had family in town, and we were bringing lots of food and games to the beach. Never would have thought that this would be the day for a shark attack.
Austin takes his surfboard into the waves while Kim watches on the beach. Austin's friend is also nearby.
As soon as Austin got to the water, I just started videoing him. You know, he was having a great time. They had been surfing for about 30 minutes or so. Pretty deep, deeper than usual.
"19-year-old Austin Reed is sitting on his surfboard when suddenly a shark sinks its teeth into his foot and drags him off his board. His mother, Kim, is on the beach.
I looked up and I could see the blood.
Before Kim can react, Austin's friend comes to his aid.
I could see his face was serious.
Finally, they make it to the beach.
I had no time to be thinking about my emotions. It was worse than I had thought. There was tendons exposed, but my biggest concern was that it hit an artery.
Bristol County 911, what is the location of the emergency? Hi, we're on the Ocean Isle Beach. We got a shark right here.
Paramedics rush Austin to a nearby hospital, where doctors attempt to stem the bleeding. The young surfer is lucky to be alive.
That's where the majority of the blood came from. And right here was probably the deepest cut. They had to repair my joint capsule. And it took about like a month just to build up the courage to go back in the water. It was weird because I was just scanning the water the entire time. But I was just glad I went back in the water and did it.
Austin is only the second victim in a string of 4 attacks in North Carolina in just over 6 weeks. The spike sends shockwaves through the community.
The whole thing just seemed like a bad movie. It's really scary.
So what's causing this disturbing surge? A detail from Austin's attack could help solve the mystery. The teenager was most likely bitten by a blacktip shark. And according to Dan Huber, for a blacktip, this behavior is bizarre.
Blacktip sharks, they don't typically show that type of aggression where they would actually be pulling the surfer off of the board.
If black tips are becoming more aggressive, what might cause this change in behavior? Local fisherman Jake Griffin has been trawling the North Carolina coastline for close to 2 decades. Recently, he's noticed an alarming trend. The popularity of recreational fishing in the Carolinas has skyrocketed. Not only that, but these amateur anglers have been accidentally catching more than they've bargained for. Sharks.
A lot of people are heading out fishing and catching sharks by accident, and then they're having to deal with them.
By law, almost all of the sharks must be thrown back into the water. Known as catch and release, it helps support a healthy marine environment. But there could be an unintended consequence. In other animals, like dogs, studies have shown a correlation between trauma and increased aggression. Could the same be true for sharks? And could this lead to attacks on people?
Okay, good morning, everybody. Let's do a quick briefing, okay?
Marine biologist Dr. Dan Abel investigates the level of stress a shark experiences as a result of being caught.
To try to understand how much stress is caused by being caught on a hook and line, we'll go catch a shark on a long line. We'll take a blood sample. So by analyzing the blood, you can determine the effect of stress on the physiology of an animal. Okay. What we're doing is using a small fine-toothed shark as bait. Small sharks are prey of big sharks, and so they make excellent bait for these big sharks. Okay?
It doesn't take long before Dr. Abel finds what he's looking for.
Oh, but not a little shark. Let's get this one on the boat. This is a common shark in this area. This is a sandbar shark.
The researchers carefully secure the shark by holding it either side of the jaw. Next, Abel takes a blood sample.
There's a caudal artery and vein right beneath the vertebral column. So we're pulling some blood out.
After the shark is released back into the water, Abel takes the blood sample to his lab.
The blood will be analyzed for a variety of different kinds of chemicals that might indicate whether a shark is stressed or not.
Research like this shows conclusive results.
Sharks show a suite of chemical responses, and evidence suggests that stress hormones are elevated.
The hormone in question is cortisol, the same chemical that produces the fight or flight response in other vertebrates, including humans.
When you hear a siren coming down the road, you know, and so your heart races a little bit, your pupils dilate. Same thing with any animal under stress.
Studies like these clearly show that sharks experience significant levels of stress when they are caught. So could this heightened state make them more likely to attack humans? It comes down to a shark's response to the cortisol hormone itself.
What they want to do is get away as fast as possible from whatever the source is. If it's an orca chasing a white shark, for example, the white shark is thinking about how can I get away?
Which means recently hooked sharks are looking for safety rather than their next meal.
If you're in a theater and someone yells fire, you're not going to stop at the popcorn stand on your way out, right? You're going to just want to get away. And it's the same thing with sharks.
So if the spike is not the result of captured sharks being released back into the ocean, perhaps the answer lies in the location where they're being caught. In July 2019, an extraordinary event was videoed off the coast of North Carolina. 2 fishermen hooked 4 sharks in the space of just 40 minutes. The video seems to point to a disturbing trend.
In North Carolina, we have a lot of people who go out fishing for sharks, but a lot of people recently have been catching sharks by the beach.
So what's causing this apparent increase in sharks so close to land? A piece of evidence could be found in a series of disturbing reports that emerged in January 2018, just months before the spike. The U.S. Armed Forces detected a sinister presence lurking just off the North Carolina coast. one that could potentially threaten both national security and the lives of swimmers. In the summer of 2019, North Carolina is hit with 4 shark attacks in less than 2 months, nearly double the average for the past 30 years. The incidents are the work of 2 different species, blacktips and bull sharks.
A series of attacks like that is extremely rare and definitely something worth investigating.
One theory seems ripped from the pages of a spy novel. In January 2018, the United States Navy detected something alarming a mere 100 miles off of Wilmington, North Carolina. A Russian naval vessel. The craft is identified as the Viktor Leonov, a high-tech intelligence gathering ship that boasts surveillance equipment designed to intercept electronic signals. The U.S. government believes the vessel is eavesdropping on naval facilities along the Carolina coast. But national security isn't the only concern. Russian spy ships often employ high-frequency sonar. And according to Dr. Stephen Kajura of Florida Atlantic University, all that racket is bad for marine life.
Sonar is like an underwater speaker. It retains that loud intensity for tens, even hundreds of miles away. Marine mammals don't like it. I mean, it's very loud for them. Whales and dolphins have been known to swim hundreds of kilometers out of their way to get away from this very loud sound in the environment.
So if marine animals like whales and dolphins are repelled by sonar, could the same be true for sharks? And if so, could the sound waves emitted from a Russian spy ship be driving them out of the deep and toward crowded beaches? According to Dr. Kajura, it all comes down to how sharks hear.
All right, so this is a juvenile lemon shark, and I just want to show you how sharks would hear the world around them. Sharks don't have external ears like we do, but they do have these pores that lead from the surface of the head down into the inner ear. And what we want to do is take a look at this inner ear. So we're just going to take a scalpel, make an incision along the midline of the body. That's the inner ear. That's what the shark uses to hear.
A shark's inner ear is coated with a layer of tiny hair cells. When sound waves reach these hairs, they vibrate and send signals to the brain, which are then interpreted as sounds. Some species have such keen hearing, they can pick up on noise more than 800 feet away. So does this unique hearing system mean that sharks would react to sonar in the same way as marine mammals like dolphins and whales? According to Dr. Kajura, there's a subtle difference in the way a shark, and in fact many fish species, detect sounds.
What sharks are really attuned to are low-frequency sounds that would be created by a potential prey item wagging its tail back and forth. This would be frequencies less than 1,000 hertz.
The same is true for bony fish, a key prey item for sharks. Military-grade sonar operates at much higher levels, in some cases up to 10,000 hertz.
And those higher frequencies, they simply can't hear. So this is unlikely to be the cause of the spikes off North Carolina.
Sonar isn't forcing sharks towards the coast. But perhaps there's something near shore that's drawing the predator into the shallows. Sue Stuska is a wildlife biologist at Cape Lookout National Seashore. For nearly 2 decades, she's been studying the ecosystem along North Carolina's barrier islands.
So we're on Shackelford Banks, on the Outer Banks of North Carolina.
Sue is on the hunt for what could be unexpected prey for sharks. A creature not found in the ocean, but on land.
The last time I was here, I saw some right over this hill, and we're likely to get our feet wet. This group's been together for quite a while. There they are.
Wild horses. There are more than 100 of these majestic equines roaming this windswept isle. They are thought to be descended from mustangs brought to the New World by Spanish explorers in the 16th century. But that's not the only thing about them that's unique. Fresh water can be scarce on these islands, so the horses go to extreme lengths to quench their thirst.
Often they have to swim between the islands to get fresh water.
Could this plunge have something to do with the spike in shark attacks? The idea is not as outlandish as it sounds. In 2019, boaters captured this video of a 12-foot tiger shark feasting on the carcass of a wild stallion. While the presence of dead equines in the water is relatively rare, live horses may be even more enticing.
There's a theory that the horse's urination and defecation in the water while they're swimming might attract sharks.
In the summer of 2019, North Carolina is rocked by a series of shark attacks. 4 incidents in less than 2 months. The reason for the spike is a mystery, but some think the answer could involve an unlikely prey item. Wild horses.
There's a theory that the horse's urination and defecation in the water while they're swimming might attract sharks.
Are the bodily fluids of swimming horses drawing sharks toward shore and into contact with humans? To investigate, Dr. Tricia Meredith of Florida Atlantic University examines the biology behind a shark's sense of smell. A key element to determine is whether or not a shark is capable of picking up equine secretions.
What we have here is a black tip shark. You can see the eyes on each side. And then if we look at the belly side, you'll see that they do actually have nostrils, just like we do, that lead into their nose. We're gonna dissect open this area of the shark's face so that you can see inside the nose. This is the nostril that we're starting to see exposed. Just breaking the last little bits of connective tissue. Here we go. So what you see now is the olfactory organ of a black tip shark.
When water enters the olfactory system, it passes over a series of skin folds called lamellae. Here, odor molecules bind to special cells that send signals to the brain.
The shark can detect an odor at that point, and that will trigger a response.
This highly developed organ can detect a wide range of scent molecules, including those that could be emitted by a horse.
If there were urine and feces in the water, these could be odor cues that sharks could potentially pick up.
So a shark could pick up the secretions of a live horse. But the next question is, would it follow that scent?
Their noses are in tune with the things that they eat. So if it was some fish smell, that's an odor that they would be excited by and brought in by. But horse isn't their prey, so when they smell a horse-related odor, their brain isn't gonna think food. So they're not gonna really be attracted to that.
So if sharks aren't being lured to shore by the smell of horses in the ocean, perhaps another of their keen senses is involved. A clue may be found in an incident that occurred 4 years earlier in these very same waters.
So I'd always been into going to the beach ever since I was a kid. Just kind of hang out, swim, boogie board, the like.
In June 2015, 16-year-old Hunter Treschel came to Oak Island, North Carolina with his family.
I never thought to be scared of going in the ocean.
After a day at the beach, Hunter and his family are preparing to leave.
The weather was starting to turn. There was a storm, I would say, 5 miles off the coast. My cousin and I get in the water, trying to rinse off the sand. We waded up to about waist deep, and then we're kind of squatting down to get the sand off of us. I felt something kind of hit against my ankles. And I was like, oh, that's a stingray, because that's like a very normal thing to happen. So I like started backpedaling a little bit just to kind of not get hit by the stingray.
But it's not a stingray. A bull shark sinks its teeth into Hunter's left arm.
I felt this impact before I really saw it. It thrashed, and I could feel it moving. My adrenaline goes through the roof. It's definitely like a jolt of panic. I definitely thought, wow, I'm too young to die. I don't want to go out like this.
The shark bites down through flesh and bone. Finally, it releases. Hunter's cousin helps him to shore. The teenager's family attempts to stem the bleeding with a tourniquet.
I was worried about dying. Also, I kept asking the people around me, how is it? Am I gonna die? Am I gonna be okay?
Hunter survives, but he's forever changed.
The enormity of the whole thing had really set in until after I'd even been discharged and had time to more like process what that was gonna mean for my life going forward. Since then, finished high school, up in my 3rd year in college. I've done a lot of traveling. I think it led to a lot of growth that wouldn't have happened had I not had the shark happen.
There's one detail from Hunter's attack that could help solve the mystery.
There was a pretty big storm about 5-10 miles offshore.
Meteorological events have been associated with shark attacks before. In 2005, a string of incidents off the coast of Texas was linked to Hurricane Katrina. In 2018, a series of bites in the waters of Fire Island, New York, were thought to be connected to Superstorm Sandy. And in the same year in Cape Cod, Massachusetts, it's been suggested that a series of powerful winter storms led to a spate of deadly incidents. So could something similar be happening in North Carolina in 2019? It turns out the attacks were preceded by a devastating meteorological event. In fact, it was one of the most destructive storms on record. In 2019, the North Carolina coastline is in the grip of a disturbing string of shark attacks. 2 different species, bulls and blacktips, have attacked 4 swimmers in little more than 6 weeks. The cause is a mystery. The final piece of the puzzle might be found not in the waters of North Carolina, but in the skies above. Just months before the spike, the Tar Heel State was struck by one of the most destructive storms on record. Hurricane Florence. On September 13th, 2018, 100-mile-per-hour winds toppled trees and caused widespread power outages. Upwards of 30 inches of rain unleashed catastrophic flooding. So how might this devastating storm connect to the upwelling of shark attacks in 2019? According to coastal habitat expert Taylor Moretti, it could come down to one of the state's most unique geographical features. A 3,500 square mile network of estuaries that's wedged between the barrier islands and the mainland. Here, dozens of freshwater rivers and streams flow into the salty sea. It's a complex ecosystem full of life, and it's built upon a tiny, unassuming plant, seagrass.
Seagrass is actually not a grass at all. It's a lily that is capable of living in salt environments. It has a root system, it flowers.
Seagrass provides vital shelter for all manner of creatures.
This right here is a teeny little blue crab, very, very teeny. The animals that make seagrass their home start from small microscopic creatures like amphipods and that go up to larger creatures like crabs and smaller fish.
These small marine animals attract larger species like sea turtles and manatees, which in turn draws in sharks.
Atlantic sharpnose, bulls, blacktips, and even the occasional large tiger come from the oceans into these estuaries to look for prey.
It's this food chain that provides North Carolina with its rich array of marine life. But during a storm, this chain gets broken.
Intense tropical storms can have an impact on the shark fauna of these estuaries, and it can be long-lasting. When tropical storms pass through, they often leave a lot of fresh water in their wake.
When a storm hits, it dumps fresh water across the region, both along the coast and inland. The water that originates on land travels to the estuaries via rivers and streams, but along the way, it picks up some unwanted hitchhikers, sediment, and pollution. The contaminants are a toxic stew that's deadly for seagrass. Studies have shown that flood sediment can bury entire meadows. Other areas are decimated when suspended debris blocks out crucial sunlight. It can take up to 5 years for the plants to grow back. And when the seagrass vanishes, so does the shark's prey.
And that reverberates up the entire food chain. So sharks, they typically will leave the system.
This chain reaction can have dire consequences for beachgoers.
If the sharks are not in the estuary, we know they're not on land, so they're out near shore.
And with more sharks along the coast, there's a greater chance for encounters with people.
When a habitat becomes degraded, it leads to a loss of food resources for larger predators. They're then more likely to take advantage of whatever food happens to be available, which may be a human.
A viable theory for the spike has emerged. It seems a loss of seagrass in the estuaries may have forced sharks to hunt along the coast in the same waters as beachgoers. For the local community, it's a jarring wake-up call.
We need to be careful and make sure we're taking care of the ocean and the environment the best we can because it belongs to the animals.
This is their home. This is where they live. We're just kind of coming in, and we have to be respectful of that space.
For centuries, Native Hawaiians believed sharks were the reincarnated spirits of their ancestors, sent to protect them. But that was the past.
There's giant, just red clouds of blood just bursting everywhere.
9 mysterious shark attacks on the Big Island in 3 years.
I was very close to dying.
Investigators are on the case of this terrifying anomaly.
This spike is highly unique, and we really need to figure out what's going on.
And what they reveal could send shockwaves across every coastline on Earth.
Woo! Let's gotta talk about tiger shark. That's all my gear for the day. Got my spear gun, what we need to get the fish with. Got my wetsuit, got my mask, I got my fins for the day.
Braxton Rocha has been spearfishing off the island of Hawaii since he was a child.
Always had a strong connection with the ocean. I just love to be in the water to put food on the table for my family.
The Big Island is the biggest landmass in the Hawaiian chain. It's here that sharks reign supreme. 40 different species prowl the water, like oceanic whitetips, hammerheads, silkies, and the elusive megamouth, which can grow to 18 feet long and live at depths of up to 15,000 feet. Historically, the presence of these predators hasn't been an issue. That is, until now.
Never in my life I ever think I'd ever get bit by a shark.
Braxton and his friend Shannon are enjoying an afternoon of spearfishing.
We're just going after parrotfish or coles. It's like a black type of fish out here. It was a really good time.
The pair shoot several fish and then consider heading back. But Braxton isn't yet happy with the day's catch.
I was like, nah, one more fish. Maybe I was being a little greedy that day. And so I went back out.
It's a fateful decision. Just minutes later, an ominous shape emerges from the depths.
I've seen sharks like my entire life, but this one, it blew me away. It was the size of a truck. I was just in awe. And then it happened.
The predator bites down on Braxton's leg.
All I could see was just teeth, just rows of teeth. And there's giant, just red clouds of blood just bursting everywhere.
In desperation, Braxton punches the shark in the nose. Mercifully, it gives up.
She disappeared, and I just thought to myself, maybe she might come back.
The injured diver races for shore.
I was 80, 90 yards out. I just swim as hard as I can, and I was just freaking out the whole time.
Finally, he makes it to the rocks.
And I'm just looking down at my leg, and it's split open. It looks like I got blown up by a bomb in a war or something. I'm just I could see everything in my leg. I could see my bone, everything moving. And I'm just freaking out, I'm gonna die.
But while the reality of the situation sinks in, Braxton realizes that his dive partner, Shannon, is still in the water.
And I'm like, Shannon! Shannon! I started screaming his name as loud as I can. Shannon, get out! Shark! And he finally sees my leg, and he's just he starts crying. He's screaming. He's like, no! No! I'm like, bro, I'm gonna die right now. I'm dying.
Braxton is rushed to the hospital.
Woo! Going to the hospital. Wish me luck, guys. Woo!
It takes nearly 100 staples to close up the diver's shredded leg. He knows he's lucky to be alive.
My surgeon had told me if it went any lower in the inside of my leg right here, it would have caught my main artery, and I never would have made it back to shore. And that's all I ever think about is how blessed I am.
Attacks are normally a rare occurrence on Hawaii's Big Island. But Braxton's encounter is actually part of a much bigger problem. Since 2013, shark bites have skyrocketed. In fact, He's the 7th victim in just over a year and a half. And he won't be the last. In the next 3 months, 2 more people are savagely bitten. 9 in total over a 3-year period. Triple the average for the past decade. For marine biologists like Terry Lilly, it's a disturbing trend.
In the past, here in Hawaii, we had very few shark attacks. I'm seeing this spike in shark altercations with humans go up over the last few years to the point I've never seen that in my entire lifetime of being in the ocean. This is highly unique.
The cause must be found, or the safety of every beachgoer could be at risk.
We may have a much bigger problem. There's going to be more shark bites, so that's incredibly concerning to me.
So what's behind this alarming surge of attacks? The first thing investigators must determine is the type of shark involved. And there are a number of possible suspects. Hawaii is home to the 3 species most frequently implicated in attacks on humans. The massive great white, the ferocious bull shark, and the distinctive tiger shark. Could one of these infamous predators be responsible for the rise of attacks? One way to find out is to examine the victim's injuries. Dr. Dan Huber from the University of Tampa Shark Lab investigates.
Right now we're looking at attack photos from Braxton Rocha. From these photos, we can see a severe laceration to the victim's left thigh, and then less severe lacerations to the middle and lower portions of his left calf. This would indicate that the victim was attacked by a shark with a very, very broad curvature of the jaw. And the only shark that matches that in coastal Hawaiian waters is the tiger shark.
Tiger sharks get their name from the vertical stripes on their bodies. Their powerful jaws mean they can rip through the shell of their favorite prey, sea turtles. These imposing predators are one of the most common species of shark in Hawaiian waters. And when the data is analyzed, it's clear they play a key role in the spike.
Looking at reports from victims, witnesses of the accounts, and some forensic evidence, it would suggest that most, if not all, of the attacks that occurred between 2013 and 2015 were caused by tiger sharks.
Despite their ferocious reputations, tiger sharks generally leave people alone. So why have they suddenly started attacking unsuspecting beachgoers? According to local experts, in 2013, reports began to surface that could indicate why. Shark sightings near shore appear to be on the rise.
In the last couple years, I'm seeing big tiger sharks right in the surf zone where we're surfing. And this puts them into more contact with us out in the water, surfing, swimming, and diving. And there's going to be more accidental shark bites because of that.
Tiger sharks congregating in the shallows. It's a terrifying revelation. So why do these distinctive predators suddenly seem like they're showing up near shore? Local fisherman Rick Rieger thinks this frightening occurrence might be a man-made problem.
This is where they like to be, right in the entrance and just right in this little basin right here.
This is Honokaʻau Harbor. In the late 1960s, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers blasted its 20-foot basin out of solid volcanic rock, turning it into a vital hub for fishing. But the tiny port shelters more than just boats. Near the harbor entrance is a rich coral reef ecosystem that's teeming with fish, manta rays, and green sea turtles. But that's not all.
We see tiger sharks very, very frequently in this area.
This video was taken in 2019. It shows a massive tiger shark inches from land.
Oh, coming straight up for you.
What's more, Honokaʻau Harbor is not alone. Similar boat basins have sprung up all over the Big Island. And according to experts, they're full of sharks.
9-foot tiger shark, look up.
So could the bountiful habitats created by these harbors be drawing tiger sharks closer to shore and into areas where humans swim? It's a scenario that's played out before. In Recife, Brazil, an incredible string of 56 incidents over 20 years has been tied to the presence of a nearby harbor. So could the same thing be happening in Hawaii? According to Dan Huber, it all comes down to geography.
Right now I'm looking at a map of the Big Island of Hawaii. And we're going to put onto the map the locations of all of the harbors around the Big Island. You can see that there's 5 of them. Now on top of that, we're going to lay on the locations of the 9 attacks that occurred between 2013 and 2015. Now 2 of these attacks happened in proximity to the harbors, but the other 7 attacks are spread all around the island, some of them very far from the harbors. So it's not likely the presence of the man-made harbors was a contributing factor to this spike in attack.
These man-made ports are not to blame. But perhaps there's another reason sharks could be congregating near the shore. An incredible video taken in 2019 could point to what that might be. Something enormous is lurking off the coast of Hawaii. In fact, it's the largest predatory fish ever seen. The jaws of a tiger shark can slice through the shell of a sea turtle like a chainsaw. But between 2013 and 2015, on Hawaii's Big Island, they turned those ferocious teeth on beachgoers. 9 vicious attacks have left experts grappling for answers. But an increase in sightings of the predators near shore could be a vital clue.
In the last couple years, I'm seeing big tiger sharks right in the surf zone where we're surfing.
So why might these master hunters be congregating in the shallows? And could this increase in shark traffic explain the attacks? In 2019, a monstrous piece of evidence emerges from the deep. Off the coast of Maui, a group of snorkelers is investigating the carcass of a sperm whale when they encounter something extraordinary. A 20-foot-long female great white shark known as Deep Blue. This storied giant is the largest of her kind ever recorded. She was first spotted in 2013, and her appearance was a global sensation. Could her intimidating presence in these waters be related to the observations of the tiger sharks, which are smaller in stature, closer to shore? In deeper waters, great whites and tigers have sometimes been known to seek out similar food sources, particularly whale carcasses. So what happens when sharks of different sizes are forced to compete for food? At Long Island Aquarium in New York, curator Joe Waiulo and shark keeper Roberto Alfieri investigate. Inside this 120,000-gallon tank are 4 sand tiger sharks of various proportions.
This is Bertha. She's the bigger of the females. Then we have Bumps over there, is another female. The 2 male are smaller in size.
The team hopes to observe how these different size sharks interact when vying for a single food source. To do so, Roberto places a fish on the end of a feeding pole.
Yeah, well, there's one. So was that was Bertha on the first one?
Yeah.
Bertha is the biggest shark in the tank.
Bertha got pretty excited about the food and also grabbed part of the feeding pole itself.
The pattern is immediately clear.
Bertha. Bertha.
That was Bertha.
The largest shark is crowding out the competition.
So Bertha is the biggest shark in our tank, and she is pretty much the one in charge. So she eats first, and the other sharks stay on the periphery until it's their turn.
Joe's experiment shows that in the world of sharks, bigger really is better.
Same thing in the wild. If there's a whale carcass or a source of food that's attracting a number of sharks, the bigger great whites are going to eat first.
So is something similar playing out in the waters off Hawaii? Could Deep Blue be hoarding prey and in turn forcing the tiger sharks to search for food closer to shore? It seems possible, but as investigators dig deeper, they find a problem with the theory. Between 2013 and 2015, observations showed Deep Blue wasn't in Hawaii at all. In fact, the instantly recognizable behemoth was spotted numerous times thousands of miles away off the coast of Mexico. If tiger sharks are showing up in the shallows in greater numbers, then it's not because of Deep Blue. The reason for the attacks remains elusive. But while scouring the ocean for an explanation, experts come across something else that also ensnares large amounts of a tiger shark's prey. But it's not another sea creature. In fact, it walks on two legs.
I think the reason why we are having more sharks here actually is because the amount of fishing that's been going on.
This is one of the island's most popular activities, sport fishing. Every year, recreational anglers haul in more than 2 million pounds of fish. That means that on any given day off the Big Island, there are hundreds of fish being caught and reeled in. And for scientists like Dr. Dan Huber, these hooked sea creatures may be attracting sharks.
A struggling fish, as its body is twitching a bit, that motion is giving off low-frequency sounds, and shark hearing happens to be tuned into low-frequency sounds. This is definitely something that could attract a number of sharks to the same area.
So could sport fishing be drawing tiger sharks into the shallows, thereby increasing the risk of an accidental run-in with people? According to fisherman Rick Rieger, it comes down to where the best sport fishing takes place. To demonstrate, he heads out to an area well known for the popular pastime.
Okay, so this is our bottom here. We have some of the steepest drop-offs in the whole world right here. This is where you're gonna see your tuna, your mahi-mahi, your ono, your marlin.
This location could hold a vital clue to solving the mystery. Called the pelagic zone, this open water abyss extends thousands of miles between the continental shelves. It's home to an array of large sea creatures. Whales, manta rays, big game fish, and some of the most dangerous sharks on Earth. The island of Hawaii is plagued by shark attacks. 9 horrific encounters.
Go to the hospital.
Between 2013 and 2015 have left locals and tourists in fear. The bites appear to be the work of tiger sharks. The cause is a mystery. Some believe that these dangerous predators are being lured into shore by sport fishing. Fishing guide Rick Rieger is mapping the island's undersea geography to demonstrate exactly where this activity takes place.
Right now, we're in about 30,000 feet. You see, we just lose the bottom here.
This steep drop-off is world-renowned for its sport fishing, but it also attracts sharks.
We'll see oceanic white tips, blue sharks, Galapagos sharks, mako sharks. And at times I have seen these tigers.
So, could the presence of sharks in the same waters popular with sport fishing explain the attacks? Rick is skeptical.
Right now, we're in about 4 miles offshore, not anywhere near where people are swimming. A completely different area.
It seems that sport fishing takes place too far from shore to be implicated in the surge. But perhaps by examining the deepest parts of the ocean, investigators are getting closer to the truth. And when they review the second attack in the spike, there is one key detail lurking in the depths.
So this is Mahiula Beach. You gotta probably drive down a road like this for about half an hour to get to it.
James Kerrigan came to Mahiula Beach with his wife Mary in 2013.
So these lava fields were formed hundreds of years ago from an eruption from Mauna Loa. It's crazy how you just go from this barren, remote, empty lava field, and then all of a sudden you walk through these trees and you're on this idyllic Polynesian beach. It's forever tainted for me. I can never see it the same way again. It was sunny, probably a good 85 degrees, low humidity. The kind of day you dream about, you know?
Around 1 p.m., James and Mary dive into the ocean.
I just remember swimming and having a great time. My wife was a swim instructor when she was younger, so she was teaching me how to do the side stroke.
But the lesson is about to come to an abrupt end. A shark sinks its teeth into James's leg.
I just felt pressure on my leg, and I felt a pull, and all of a sudden my head was underwater. Everything was kind of a blur.
Suddenly, the shark lets go.
I was bleeding a lot, and we just started swimming as fast as we could.
Bystanders dragged James onto the sand.
The wound was pretty bad. Another guy came in and wrapped my leg all up in a towel. There was a lot of blood.
One of the Good Samaritans calls 911. James is airlifted to a nearby hospital, where he's treated for multiple lacerations to his leg.
This was the deepest one that went right down to the bone. And then I got another one right up here, so that kind of gives you an idea how big the shark's mouth is. Looking back, I was very close to dying.
James's encounter is harrowing, but it does contain a detail that turns the investigation on its head.
So these lava fields were formed hundreds of years ago from an eruption from Mauna Loa.
The Big Island is home to 4 active volcanoes, including one of the most explosive on the planet. Could this subterranean suspect be behind Hawaii's sudden spike in shark attacks? Hawaii's magnificent volcanoes are a draw for millions of tourists. But few realize that they could play a part in a series of vicious shark bites. Between 2013 and 2015, the Big Island is hit with 9 attacks. 3 times the average for the previous decade. In each case, the perpetrator is believed to be a tiger shark. Dr. Andrew Rossiter from the University of Hawaii explains this unexpected link between sharks and the island's most unique feature.
Some believe that tiger shark attacks may be related to increased volcanic activity.
On the Big Island, there are 4 active volcanoes, including what some consider to be the most volatile in the world, Kilauea. This 4,000-foot-tall colossus has been continually erupting since 1983. And all that molten rock has to go somewhere.
The magma comes up to the surface, lava is formed, and the lava rushes down and goes in the sea.
The lava can reach temperatures of nearly 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And when this scorching hot torrent hits the ocean, it creates a plume of heated water that can extend more than a mile offshore. To some experts, this oceanic hot zone could help explain the spike in attacks.
Volcanic fields may lead to the presence of sharks.
In 2015, off the Solomon Islands in the Pacific Ocean, a team of researchers studying underwater volcanic activity captured video of something extraordinary. In the heat of the spewing lava, the scientists thought all they would find would be bacteria. But they also found sharks. Dubbed Sharkano, the discovery makes headlines around the world and suggests that sharks can not only withstand these extreme environments, but may even be drawn to them.
We know that the warm water brings nutrients, and what that means is that lots of marine life will gather in those areas. Because of this, tiger sharks might look for prey in pockets of warm water, such as those caused by lava flows around the Hawaiian Islands.
But for tiger sharks, warm water has another effect.
Tiger sharks are an ectothermic species, which means that their body temperature is determined by the temperature of the surrounding environment. All aspects of their physiology are going to change with the water temperature. When the water is warmer, it's going to increase their metabolic rate, which will also increase their behavior. This can cause the sharks to feed more often.
So, not only could heat-seeking tiger sharks be clustering near these volcanic outflows, but they might also be more active, making them more likely to bite beachgoers. And in 2013, the year the spike began, Kilauea was especially active. Dr. Dan Huber explores the theory.
What we've got here is a map of the Big Island of Hawaii, and I'm going to bring up on it the location of a lava flow that occurred in 2013. But now, as we bring up the locations of all of the attacks, we see that the attacks are spread around the entire island, which would suggest that the lava flow in 2013 could not have been responsible for the spike in attacks.
Volcanic activity isn't drawing more sharks into shore. But what this theory does demonstrate is that environmental factors may cause tiger sharks to hunt more often, making them more likely to bite humans. This could point to a simpler but no less frightening explanation for the reports of tiger sharks in the shallows.
Tiger sharks often hunt in shallow coastal environments. So if they're hunting more often, in theory, this could be the reason why there's reports of more sharks in the water in the time surrounding the spike in shark attacks.
So investigators begin to focus on one critical question. Is there something else that could send sharks on a hunting spree? The 5th attack in the spike offers a clue.
I've been in Hawaii for 24 years. You don't get rich living out here, but you have a very rich lifestyle.
Brian Wargo is a professional fisherman and avid surfer. One of his favorite surf spots on the island is a remote stretch of coastline called Kauhola Point.
It's a nice surfing area. But once you're out there and you jump off the beach, you just never know what's going to happen. It was a typical Hawaii day. It was, 75 to 85 degrees out. Sunny, nice wind conditions. The water was clear. There's quite a few people there.
Brian is surfing with his friend, Mackenzie Clark.
The first set came in. I paddled for one, but I missed the wave.
It's then that Brian sees a surfer's worst nightmare.
I heard Mackenzie screaming. I turned around and saw her up out of the water about 2 to 3 feet on top of the shark's head.
Brian Wargo is surfing with his friend Mackenzie Clark when the unthinkable happens. A tiger shark strikes Mackenzie from below.
It basically looks something like out of a Jaws movie.
The shark's teeth slice through Mackenzie's surfboard and into her hand. Brian rushes to her aid.
She ripped her hand out of his mouth. I just saw the blood go everywhere.
But Mackenzie isn't free yet. The shark attacks again.
She's coming up and screaming, trying to get a breath, and then getting pulled back down by the shark.
In desperation, Brian takes drastic action.
And grabbed the shark's dorsal fin, trying everything to try to stop the shark from getting to her. I got one hand free and I started trying to punch the shark.
Brian hits the shark a total of 5 times. Finally, it releases.
One finger was hurt pretty bad, and there were lots of puncture wounds throughout the hand.
Mackenzie is rushed to a nearby hospital. She's treated for serious injuries to her left hand and eventually makes a full recovery. But for her savior, Brian, the trauma still lingers.
Being there and seeing it has definitely changed my life. Many sleepless nights afterwards. Post-traumatic stress syndrome was in for quite some time and still is.
Mackenzie's attack is just one part of a troubling trend. On the Big Island of Hawaii, there have been 9 savage encounters with tiger sharks in just 3 years. Investigators suspect that something may be causing tiger sharks to hunt more often. The question is, what? An answer may be hidden in the details of Brian's harrowing ordeal. The shark that attacked Mackenzie came at her not once, but 3 times.
The vast majority of shark attacks involve a single bite, after which the shark leaves the victim alone. But in this case, the shark bumped Mackenzie off of her surfboard and then bit repeatedly onto the board and onto her hands, and even kept biting while Mackenzie's friend was repeatedly punching the shark. And this indicates that the shark was extremely aggressive.
Investigators wonder what could push tiger sharks to behave so violently. The answer might explain why the predators seem to be hunting more often. Marine biologist Leighton Taylor is an expert on the significance of sharks in Hawaiian culture. He thinks a clue may be found not in science, but in an ancient legend.
The Hawaiians' creation myth, the Kumulipo, is famously coupleted between the ocean and the sea. For every land creature, there's a sea creature.
According to Dr. Taylor, one of these pairings could help solve the riddle surrounding the spike in attacks between 2013 and 2015. It links one of the island's most prominent plant species and its most ferocious predator.
There is a famous proverb, the shark bites when the willy willy blooms.
The adage refers to the willy willy tree, an indigenous species whose name means repeatedly twisted in Hawaiian. For centuries, the native Hawaiians revered the plant for its colorful and distinctive flowers, which bloom every fall.
Out here in Hawaii, people like to believe that when the willy willy tree out here is blooming, that's when the tiger sharks are a lot more active and more aggressive.
So is the ancient proverb right? Are tiger sharks more likely to bite in the autumn? Dr. Dan Huber thinks there could be some truth to this time-worn tale.
When you look at the data from the attacks in Hawaii between 2013 to 2015, most of the attacks occurred from September to December.
A critical piece of the puzzle has fallen into place. The majority of the bites did indeed take place when the old adage predicts that tiger sharks might be more aggressive. But what's behind this terrifying change in behavior? The answer to this deadly riddle could send shockwaves across countless beachside communities worldwide. Between 2013 and 2015, the island of Hawaii is in the grip of a disturbing string of shark attacks. 9 incidents. In each case, the most likely culprit is a tiger shark. Investigators have zeroed in on an ancient proverb that suggests that this ferocious predator might be more aggressive in the fall months, the very same time period as many of the attacks. Could the old adage be right? And if so, what could cause this terrifying change in behavior? Biologist Dr. Kevin Wang is on an expedition to catch and study tiger sharks in the region. The results of this research could finally reveal the truth, and they've just caught their first subject, a 14-foot female.
Still swimming good.
Kevin and his team plan to take various measurements and samples from the massive shark.
Let's get the floats off, but then you want to probably leave that amount of line in the water.
Okay, I'm gonna move back.
Yeah,
you got it.
Back.
Before the data is collected, they must first immobilize this potentially dangerous predator.
Okay, I'm gonna move up, Dan. Are you guys ready with the tail rope? If we can get the animal flipped upside down for a few minutes, typically it will become very, very calm. You got it? Okay. It's a phenomenon known as tonic immobility.
Tonic immobility is a reflex seen in many invertebrates, including some sharks. For reasons still not fully known, when turned upside down, a tiger shark will enter a coma-like state, similar to hypnosis. This allows researchers to collect data without harming the animal or being bitten.
Hannah and Brooke are using a medical ultrasound machine to look inside of this animal.
Before long, the team finds what they're looking for.
Did you see any eggs?
Yeah.
Cool.
The captured shark is getting ready to reproduce. She could soon be carrying anywhere from 8 to 80 pups inside her womb. Studies like this one have revealed stunning information about tiger shark breeding habits.
Based upon the available evidence, it looks like mating is happening in the wintertime, in January, February kind of a period, and the giving birth to the pups is happening in the fall.
So could pupping be causing tiger sharks to attack bathers? According to Dr. Wang, an explanation might be found in the toll the gestation process takes on the pregnant shark.
They are growing up all of these young inside of their uterus. That's a big job that takes a lot of energy.
By the time their pups reach full term, a tiger shark's energy levels are near exhausted. And so, after they've given birth, these tired mothers must eat.
You could infer from having lower energy stores, they might be more motivated to feed.
As a result, these hungry mothers might hunt more often and may be more aggressive, meaning that violent encounters with humans would be much more likely. But that doesn't fully explain the spike. In Hawaii, tiger sharks have been giving birth during the fall for centuries. So what's changed? The final piece of the puzzle lies with Hawaii's #1 industry: tourism. 2013 through 2015 saw a dramatic rise in the number of visitors to the Big Island, a nearly 10% increase over the previous decade. That's thousands more swimmers, surfers, and kayakers. According to Dr. Dan Huber, it's a recipe for disaster.
So the combination of more people in the water and tiger sharks hunting more often to replenish their energy reserves after giving birth increases the chances of shark attack.
It seems that tiger shark pupping, combined with record numbers of tourists, are the two likeliest reasons behind the spike in attacks on the Big Island from 2013 to 2015. These revelations could have global implications. While the reproductive cycle of tiger sharks is now well understood in Hawaii, elsewhere in beach communities such as Florida or the Bahamas, much less is known. And so the aggressive behavior of this fearsome predator cannot be predicted. It's an ominous warning, but for the residents and tourists of Hawaii, it's another sign that our oceans must be treated with both caution and respect.
Sharks are a kind of an indicator species. We need to spend more time and effort studying to see what's going on out there.
We're quick to blame sharks for attacking us or being the cause of attacks. Always know that that's their home, and then you're a guest when you're entering the ocean.
Sharks have patrolled the oceans for hundreds of millions of years, hunting for fish, marine mammals, and even their own kind. Humans are not part of their normal diet. But on June 14th, 2012, in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, something changed.
Bam! It was gushing blood.
4 separate attacks in just 10 minutes.
It was about the worst amount of pain that I think I've ever felt.
Could this be evidence of a rogue shark feeding on humans?
It was like this shark was catching people in succession.
Experts are desperate for answers.
When I first heard that 4 bites had occurred along the same beach, I was shocked.
Until the mystery is solved, America's East Coast may never be safe.
I feel like people from all over the East Coast probably come down to this beach.
Jordan Garofalo last came to Myrtle Beach in South Carolina in 2012. This is the first time he has ever returned.
My whole family would come down and just stay in a big, huge condo and enjoy some time off for a week or so.
Jordan's family were among more than 17 million tourists who flocked to these sandy beaches each year. But few realize that these shimmering waters conceal a vast array of sharks. Bulls, tigers, blacktips, and even hammerheads are among more than a dozen species that prowl the ocean. Normally, they steer clear of the beachgoers. But as Jordan Garofalo knows all too well, there was one day that was far from normal.
We used to love the beach, but that day, I think it definitely changed drastically for my family. Right about here-ish. Then it happened. It had rained and stormed the night before, and then it stopped. And it was like really sunny. It was a very crowded, touristy, middle of June day. I was going into my sophomore year of high school. My brother and I were the youngest ones on that particular trip. We went into the water at about noon, 12:30. We were kind of trying to just, you know, float a little bit. You know, I was laughing with my brother, very calm, and then bam! Like immediately, it just felt like digging and pressure. I thought it had to be a shark. I just ripped my foot back as quick as I could.
Jordan's brother rushes to his aid, and the two of them race for the shore.
It was like gushing blood, literally just like coming out and out and out. There was like a trail of blood behind me, basically, and I could see that it was coming out of my foot. Of course, your mind immediately goes into the worst case scenario. Everybody starts going into the panic of like, we gotta get a lifeguard. But the lifeguard that we were normally seated near wasn't there.
What Jordan doesn't realize is that the lifeguard isn't at his post, because there's been another attack. Lifeguard Denny Starr is on duty.
This is 77th Avenue. My chair sat right about here. It was a normal day. There's a lot of people in the water. There's a lot of people on the beach.
Little does he know, it's a day he'll never forget.
The commotion started down the beach a few blocks.
A shark has sunk its teeth into a young woman.
We don't see a lot of shark bites. It was scary, and it's just something so rare here. And you know, obviously the people were getting kind of panicked.
Denny scans the ocean, while his colleague tends to the victim.
I went to his chair on 76th. You're trying to kind of stay calm, take care of the situation, and make sure no one else's life is in danger.
But he's already too late.
I saw two men running from this way, so anytime you see someone running towards you, I started running towards them.
The two men lead Denny to Jordan Garofalo.
This was very abnormal, and it hadn't happened before. Multiple people getting bit.
And his day is about to get even more bizarre.
By the time I started putting some pressure on his wound, I looked back. I had two more guys running towards me.
It's yet another attack, just a few hundred yards away.
Now it's starting to get crazy, because now it's not just a random bite. Now there's two, now there's three. People are running out of the water by now, but then there was a fourth bite, probably about 4 more blocks down.
4 shark attacks on the same stretch of beach in just 10 minutes.
As they were cleaning out my foot, I heard somebody say, 3 other people were attacked. And I was really confused. What are the odds that then 4 people had that all occur on one day?
Luckily, all the victims survive. Authorities are stunned.
This is my beach. This is my city. I'm here to protect it. I immediately got in my truck and I exited the beach, headed to the hospital, and I was able to talk to all 4 of the victims and get photographs of their injuries. 4 attacks could turn into 8 attacks, you know? Hopefully you get some answers.
So how and why did this quadruple attack occur? The locals have a chilling theory.
All the bites kind of happened in sequence from the south end moving north. I think it might have been one shark just because of the way it happened. It was like this shark was obviously hungry and was catching people in succession as he moved north.
The bites began around the 74th Avenue block of the beach and continued north, one after the other. It's a distance of less than 3/4 of a mile. So could the locals be right? Could all 4 bites have been the work of a single shark? Scientists have debated the existence of such a creature for decades. And it even has a name: the rogue shark.
The rogue shark theory is the idea that a single shark could be responsible for multiple attacks, and that this shark has developed an interest in hunting people.
The idea was first introduced by an Australian surgeon named Victor Coppelson in 1933. Coppelson theorized that an injured shark, unable to hunt its normal prey, would turn to a different food source: humans.
Coppelson has speculated that an injured shark would be more likely to attack a person because an injured shark would be looking for an easy meal. And humans are pretty slow in the water compared to most fish.
So could there be an injured shark targeting humans on Myrtle Beach? It sounds like something straight out of a movie. But investigators are tipped off to an incident just 2 weeks earlier that could turn fiction into fact. Paul Nalepa works at a local tackle shop and spends the majority of his time near the water.
I really remember that day pretty well. I was working in the bait shop that day. It's kind of a little stormy out there. It was kind of hard to see in the water.
Among those braving the waves is 25-year-old Ryan Oriana Meksinski.
He was about somewhere right around in that area. Probably around waist deep boogie boarding. It was starting to get dark, and that's when it all happened.
A shark sinks its teeth into Ryan's left foot.
And he started fighting for his life to get away from the shark. Poking in the eyes, punching in the nose. Life or death. It's you or the shark.
A shark has sunk its teeth into boogie boarder Ryan Oriana Meksinski's left foot.
He did whatever he can to get away from the shark.
In the struggle, Ryan strikes his attacker in the eye. Finally, the predator lets go.
Ryan's foot was pretty torn up. You could see the muscle on his feet and the tendons and all that. He needed several surgeries to fix his foot.
Ryan believes he went head-to-head with one of the fiercest predators in the ocean, the tiger shark. Named for its distinctive dark stripes, tiger sharks can grow to as long as 18 feet in length and weigh more than a ton.
Tiger sharks are extremely dangerous animals. They get very, very large. They're very powerful. They have teeth that are extremely effective at cutting.
Ryan's encounter could help solve the riddle of the quadruple shark attacks, also on Myrtle Beach, just a few weeks later. Some suspect that the incident could be the work of a so-called rogue shark. This theory states that a single injured shark might turn to humans for food. And Ryan did claim to have damaged his assailant's eye during the melee. So is the shark that bit Ryan also responsible for the other 4 attacks? For that to be true, there would need to be proof that the animal stayed in the area. There may be evidence to confirm that it did. A month after the attacks, authorities make a stunning discovery.
It was a 1 in a probably, I don't know, million chance. But like I heard, somebody caught a one-eyed shark.
Could this be the shark that Ryan injured?
What you're seeing here is one of the most magnificent beasts in the sea. This is a sandbar shark.
According to Dr. Dan Abel from Coastal Carolina University, the answer lies in a unique feature of a shark's eye.
One of the really interesting aspects of this particular animal is that they have a protective lower eyelid, the third eyelid called the nictitating membrane. The nictitating membrane will be deployed when the animal is opening its mouth to eat or if it perceives that it's in danger.
This evolutionary design means that it's extremely difficult to damage the eye of a shark. The implication is stunning.
If somebody were to have injured the eye of a shark and a shark with an injury to that same eye was caught, the likelihood is that it's the same shark.
So is this injured tiger shark the rogue that terrorized Myrtle Beach? One way to find out is to examine the victim's wounds. If these bites match each other, and they're from a tiger shark, it would be highly likely that it's the very same shark that bit Ryan.
When we look at the bite photos from the second victim, the spacing of the tooth marks near his toes would suggest that it was something around a 4-foot shark approximately.
Next, he analyzes the injuries of the third victim.
When we look at the outside of the leg, we can tell that this is the lower jaw of the shark. The pointier teeth of the lower jaw create these thinner lacerations, and we can see that they raked through the skin. When we look at the inside of his leg, we can tell that this is where the upper jaw of the shark bit him.
Based on the wounds, Dr. Huber reaches a conclusion.
The bite marks seem to indicate that a tiger shark was probably not responsible for the attacks on June 14th.
The shark that bit Ryan is not responsible for the other 4 attacks. In fact, Dr. Huber's analysis turns the rogue shark theory on its head.
One of the things that we can tell about the shark that bit the second victim was that it was relatively small.
However, the spacing between the tooth marks on the other victim
would seem to indicate
a larger shark.
So the bite photos indicate that it's impossible that a single shark was associated with the attacks.
It seems the attacks are the work of several different sharks. But Huber believes there is at least one commonality that can help experts figure out what happened. Each of the 4 bites were from the same species.
It's highly likely that this series of attacks can be attributed to black-tip sharks.
Named for the black tips on their dorsal, pectoral, and pelvic fins, black-tip sharks often hunt in shallow waters and are one of the most widely seen species along the South Carolina coast. Their torpedo-shaped bodies allow them to leap from the water at incredible speeds of 10 to 15 miles per hour. So, what would cause multiple black-tip sharks to suddenly begin attacking people. A clue might lie in the form of a rarely seen predator known to lurk the depths of the ocean floor. On June 14th, 2012, in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, 4 people are attacked on a small stretch of the coast in just 10 minutes. It's an unprecedented event that leaves tourists and locals on edge.
Every week, the rest of the summer, every new group that came in, they all wanted to know about the bites. They all were worried, should we get in the water? The whole summer was sharks, sharks, sharks.
Experts have concluded that the bites were most likely the work of multiple blacktip sharks. But what caused them to suddenly sink their teeth into so many people? On June 19th, 5 days after the shocking incidents, something happens that could provide a clue. It turns out, sharks aren't the only animals haunting beachgoers on Myrtle Beach. "16-year-old Matthew Breen is swimming in the shallows when he feels a sharp pain in his foot. But it's not a shark bite. He's been attacked by a stingray. Breen is taken to Grand Strand Regional Medical Center, where he is treated by a team led by Dr. Jarrett Lark.
Yeah, we see a dramatic number of stingray stings in our area. There's a very, very common presentation. It's not uncommon to see 1 or 2 a day throughout the summer.
In fact, Dr. Lark does reveal what could be an important observation of the presence of stingrays near the shoreline on the day of the quadruple attacks.
June 14th, 2012 sticks in my memory very well. I was out on the beach that morning, but I noticed that there were 1 or 2 rays swimming just underneath the surface along the beach, very close where people would be enjoying the water.
So how might stingrays be connected? Marine biologist Shannon Hughes takes care of the stingrays at Ripley's Aquarium of Myrtle Beach. According to Hughes, around that time of year, a certain species of ray takes part in an incredible event.
When the water starts warming up, that's when you'll see cow-nosed stingrays coming through. They're migrating, and they are in large schools.
The cow-nose ray migration. It's one of the most incredible oceanic spectacles of the natural world. Every year, after spending the winter months off the shores of Florida, the rays head north up the Atlantic coast to give birth. They travel in groups of up to 10,000, known as a fever. Dr. Dan Abel has been monitoring the area's marine animals for decades.
Well, speak of the devil. That's a big stingray.
According to Dr. Abel, their epic journey is treacherous. The intrepid rays must evade predators such as seals, large fish, and most dangerous of all, sharks.
A fast-swimming shark like a blacktip shark, they will follow and eat cow-nose rays.
So could the cow-nose ray migration have drawn blacktips into the shallows on June 14th and caused the quadruple attack? According to Dan Huber, it's all about timing.
Cow-nose stingrays migrate in these enormous schools up the Atlantic coast of the United States. But the exact timing can always fluctuate because it's based on water temperature. Every animal has a certain water temperature at which its physiology works ideally, and the animals move back and forth through the environment to stay in waters that are going to help with this.
In winter months, cow-nose rays are found off the coast of Florida in waters around 70 degrees Fahrenheit. But as spring approaches, the water temperatures begin to rise, and this triggers the rays to head north, past South Carolina, toward the Chesapeake Bay. So in 2012, when did the cownose ray migration occur? Dan Huber investigates.
What I'm looking at here is water temperature data off the coast of Cape Canaveral, Florida, in the spring of 2012. And what we see is the water temperature, as of early March, getting above 70 degrees, and as we move into mid-March, warming quickly. And this increase in temperature is the kind of cue that usually starts an animal migration. So if the stingrays had started their migration at this time, they would have been further north than Myrtle Beach by the time the attacks had occurred in June of 2012.
It seems that the cownose ray migration could not have been behind the multiple attacks of June 14th. But perhaps something else lured the sharks into the shallows that day. And when investigators examine the third attack, it raises a chilling possibility.
It was right here in this area where we were staying. We had all just graduated high school, class of 2012. Just come down here just to cap off our high school experience. That brown house back there looks familiar. So I was somewhere like right around in here. We were in the water. Got to be about noon. Everybody started getting hungry. We were like, no, you know what, let's enjoy it for one more hour. And you know, that old famous last word is just one more. And that's when everything kind of happened. Just all of a sudden, I just get rammed in my right calf. And it was violent. It was a hard impact. It was about the worst amount of pain that I think I've ever felt.
High school graduate Connor Fairburn is in the middle of a shark attack.
I'm fighting it off of my leg. It was holding on for everything that it could get.
Finally, the shark releases.
When it let go, I look down and I see blood coming out, and there's a piece of my leg hanging off of it. All I was thinking was, we got to get to the beach.
Back on shore, onlookers wave down a lifeguard. Connor is one of 4 people to be attacked on Myrtle Beach in the span of just 10 minutes. The cause is a mystery. But Connor himself offers a theory.
And I think it was the blood. Caused something within them to be more on the attack, drawing them in.
Could it be that simple? Might blood in the water from the first attack that afternoon have lured more sharks to the area? Sharks that then sunk their teeth into the other 3 swimmers? Dr. Dan Abel investigates.
So sharks are attracted to blood in the water, but it is far more complicated than you might think for a shark to detect it.
For a shark to find its prey, it needs to come into contact with a continuous string of scent molecules called an odor trail.
Let's say a fish is bleeding. The odorant hits the shark's nostrils. It would stimulate the part of their brain that detects smells, and they would then swim towards it.
The shark will start to move in the direction of the nostril that first came into contact with the odor. Then the predator will sweep its head from side to side. Based on the concentration of the molecules entering its nostrils, the shark can determine in which direction to swim.
As the smell gets stronger and stronger and stronger, they can identify where it comes from.
It seems possible that the blood from the first victim on June 14th could have created an odor trail that then attracted other sharks to the area. But there is one other factor to consider: time. The second attack occurred just minutes after the first. Could the odor trail have developed that quickly? According to Dr. Abel, it depends on the speed at which molecules move through the water. And to demonstrate, he conducts an experiment.
This will be a simulation of how an odorant like blood might be dispersed in the water.
A fluorescent dye is poured into the ocean. The dye represents the blood lost by the first victim.
It visually shows how, for example, blood might disperse. Yeah, that would be a lot of blood.
Dr. Abel analyzes the speed at which the dye moves through the water.
Seawater's heavy, dense. We say it's viscous. So for an odor to be dispersed in water, it has to move very slowly.
After 2 minutes, the dye has only moved about 25 feet from the boat.
People are under the myth that if you bleed in the ocean, that instantaneously sharks within miles around detect that. And no, they need to physically come in contact with that odor. And as we showed here, the further you are away from the source, the lower the likelihood is that a shark will come in contact with it.
It's clear that on that fateful afternoon in Myrtle Beach, the blood from the first victim wouldn't have traveled quickly enough to lure other sharks into the area. But that raises a frightening possibility, that the sharks were already there, and they struck out at swimmers for a different reason. As experts begin to search for other explanations, they turn their attention to a series of disturbing discoveries that occurred in the months following the June 2012 attacks.
We had some dolphins that washed up already dead. We weren't really sure what it was, but we did hear from other states that they were having the same issue.
In fact, it turns out that over the course of 2013, a total of 48 dolphins are found dead on South Carolina beaches. Researchers concluded the dolphins were inflicted with the morbillivirus. This deadly disease suppresses the dolphin's immune system and causes inflammation of the brain. The result is a bizarre shift in behavior. Infected dolphins have been witnessed swimming in strange patterns, almost like they are drunk. And additional research has shown that brain inflammation in zebrafish cause them to become more agitated. So in 2012, could the sharks of Myrtle Beach have been inflicted with a disease that changed their behavior, making them more likely to bite swimmers? According to Dr. Dan Huber, it comes down to a shark's immune system.
For animals, the skin is the first line of defense against any type of an infection. So the skin is part of the immune system, essentially. I'm looking at a section of shark skin which shows what are called dermal denticles, which are basically little teeth that make up the scales of a shark.
The denticles perform a unique function in a shark's immune system.
Dermal denticles creates a very uneven shape that bacteria have a hard time adhering to. Because the bacteria can't adhere to it, they can't form colonies, and this is something that helps sharks to resist bacterial infections.
And there's also another organ that helps protect sharks from disease: their liver. The liver produces a chemical compound called squalamine. The squalamine is dispersed inside the shark's cells. If a virus invades the cells, the squalamine prevents it from multiplying, so the virus doesn't spread, and the shark doesn't get sick. Scientists are even testing squalamine to fight cancer in humans. This remarkable immune system means that sharks might be one of the most disease-resistant creatures on Earth.
Any suggestion that the sharks could have become ill due to a virus or a bacterial infection isn't very likely because sharks have very strong immune systems.
So disease is not a factor in the spike of attacks. But just as experts appear to have hit a dead end, a piece of information comes to light that turns the investigation on its head and could reveal the truth once and for all.
I saw that deep gash, Isaac screaming, and knew I had to call 911.
On June 14th, 2012, 4 swimmers are attacked by sharks within 10 minutes on a small stretch of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. The cause of this unprecedented event is a mystery. To protect the future of these beaches, investigators turn to the past. An incident from 2011 could crack the case. Erin O'Hara has vacationed in Myrtle Beach for years.
We grew up coming here. We love this end of Myrtle Beach. We can take a walk down to the inlet down there. When the tide is out, it leaves all these big pools where the kids can find hermit crabs and starfish. My husband and I even honeymooned here, so we love this area.
In 2011, Erin came here on vacation with her parents and 2 children, 2-year-old Eva and 5-year-old Isaac.
Isaac was excited every morning to go out in the water. He loved to swim from a very young age. He loved to have fun, and he was full of energy and just a love of life. So this is probably where I was sitting that morning. Then I heard him screaming. I can remember that day very clearly. I was sitting here. I was looking at my dad and son in the water, just thankful that my son has his grandfather in his life, and that they love to spend time together. And so they were out there jumping waves and playing. That's when it happened.
A shark tears through the flesh of Isaac's leg. His grandfather wrestles him out of the water and races to the shore.
As Dad gets closer, I see this flesh wound open, and then immediately I just see the blood just coming. I just start screaming, "Please, somebody call 911. Call 911. My son's been bit."
Eventually, the paramedics arrive, and Isaac is rushed to the nearest hospital.
The scariest part was watching my 5-year-old go into major surgery. You know, you say goodbye to them.
So this is the bite. You can see easily on the other side of the leg that there are 2 rows of teeth. If it wasn't there for my mom that day, I might have died.
Isaac is lucky to be alive. But the location of his attack could help explain the quadruple bites of June 14th, 2012. The incident occurred near a brackish inlet called an estuary. How might this geographical feature be linked to the attacks? Dr. Dan Abel investigates.
So what we're doing today is research in one of the most wondrous ecosystems on the planet, Winyah Bay in coastal South Carolina.
Estuaries like this surround Myrtle Beach. It's here that sharks spend a large amount of their time feeding and even giving birth. Dr. Abel and his team are studying under what circumstances sharks enter these protected habitats. And even more importantly, why they leave.
Anchors down.
This research could help solve the mystery of the quadruple attacks.
Shark eat, shark world.
On June 14th, 2012, residents and tourists of Myrtle Beach are stunned by 4 shark attacks in just 10 minutes. Investigators believe the bites are most likely the work of black-tip sharks. This species is known to be abundant in the brackish waters of the region's estuaries. Dr. Dan Abel is researching how the amount of salt in the inlet, known as the salinity, can affect the movement of coastal sharks.
One of the areas we're interested in is how the salinity, the amount of salt in the water, affects the kinds of sharks we get and the numbers of sharks we get.
To do so, the team takes water samples.
What's the surface salinity?
29.4.
And set fishing lines to catch these prodigious hunters.
So where we just set our long line, the salinity is about 30 parts per thousand, which is relatively high.
The team is able to assess the population of sharks.
Anchors down.
By recording the number and the species of those they catch.
Oh, we got a little shark. Okay, we got a little shark. How big is it? Okay.
The first catch of the day is a small sandbar shark. And it's just the beginning.
All right, I'm coming. So we got 2. All right, so let's go pick up the line, second line. We've got a big lemon shark.
And their last find of the day is the most remarkable.
All right. This is probably a 7.5 or 8 foot shark. You can see, we put a small shark on the line for bait. Small shark took the bait, and then the bull shark took the small shark that ate the small shark we had on his bait. The shark eat, shark world.
It's clear that in periods of high salinity, the estuary is inhabited by a large number of sharks. But what happens when there is less salt?
Differences in the salinity can change the community structure of the system for days to weeks. If the amount of salt in the water is relatively low, and that makes for inhospitable conditions for most of the sharks in here. So the sharks typically then will leave the estuary. They will probably spread out along the shoreline for a period from days to weeks.
So what could have caused the salinity in the estuary to suddenly drop? An event just 2 weeks before the attacks reveals the answer.
Winds are increasing towards the Carolinas. Beachgoers in the southeast today won't be so lucky tomorrow.
Tropical Storm Beryl. On May 30th, 45-mile-an-hour winds battered the coastline, and heavy rainfall flooded the region. This sudden influx of fresh water could have lowered the salinity in the estuary, which in turn would make it potentially inhospitable for the blacktips.
It's also possible that the storm system churned up nutrients which would have fed the ecosystem, potentially causing these sharks to come closer into shore than they normally do and into the area where people were swimming.
And the final piece of the puzzle lies not in the sharks' behavior, but in the humans. 2 weeks before the attacks, new direct flights were offered to Myrtle Beach from 8 different Midwest cities. Suddenly, the beaches were home to thousands of additional tourists. But the weather didn't cooperate at first.
It had rained and stormed the night before, and then it stopped.
I think it rained for 1 or 2 days, and we just realized that we didn't have a day at the beach. It was basically one of the last opportunities that we were going to actually have. And on that Thursday, I mean, everything, it was just a perfect day.
And so on June 14th, not long after the blacktips had likely begun to congregate along the coast, tourists, itching for some sun, hit the beach in unprecedented numbers. The result was 4 shark bites in just 10 minutes.
This particular day, there was a set of circumstances that may have been the perfect storm for shark bites.
But for those involved, it's just another reason to treat these majestic predators with caution and respect.
It was definitely an eye-opener for me. You know, he's got it in the back of your mind, could something be swimming around me that is not too friendly?
I definitely have more of a respect for sharks now. It is their ocean. It is not our ocean. So leave them alone, they leave you alone, and go about your days.
The holidays are meant to be a time of happiness and goodwill. But in the weeks before Christmas 2010, at a tropical resort in the Red Sea, something lurking in the deep didn't get the memo.
There was a sea of blood. Whistles were blowing. People on the shore were screaming.
Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt sees 5 vicious shark attacks in less than a week.
И я чувствую, как она вот так вот прямо отрывает ее с таким звуком.
And one of them is fatal.
Off the Red Sea resort, a German tourist has been killed by a shark.
These are some of the most horrific injuries I have ever seen.
Experts are left scrambling for answers.
This is one of the rarest and most unique cases of shark attacks in history.
But what they discover has consequences for beachside resorts everywhere.
The moment I saw this, I told those that were in the room, there's the reason.
Я люблю любую воду. Я езжу на море купаться, даже не загорать, просто купаться.
In 2010, Russian tourist Olga Martsenko came to Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt with her daughter Yelena.
Мы первый раз в жизни выехали из страны.
Sharm el-Sheikh is a popular vacation spot on the edge of the Red Sea. Every year, more than 3 million people from all over the world flock to this bustling stretch of beachfront resorts. Its breathtaking coral reefs are known as some of the best diving and snorkeling sites in the world. They are also supposed to be some of the safest.
Помню его как вчера. Я, конечно, не знала, абсолютно не то, что не знала, не было понятия у меня о том, что вообще существует какая-то опасность в море.
After a morning at the beach, Olga and Yelena are about to go for lunch, but not before one last swim.
А когда я попала уже, заглянула под воду, там был свой мир, там было... Никогда в жизни я такого рифа не видела. Там действительно очень красивые рифы.
The pair swim just 30 feet from a floating jetty.
Я плыву, и я чувствую, что моя рука упирается во что-то. Потом у меня пришла мысль «дельфин».
Unfortunately, this is no dolphin.
И все. И тут она меня хватает на моей вот руке. И в этот момент, конечно, я поняла, что это акула.
Olga's daughter screams for help. But it's too late. In an instant, the predator bites down through flesh and bone.
И я чувствую, что мне становится легко, она меня отрывает руку.
With her daughter by her side, Olga musters all her strength and tries to swim to the jetty. But just yards from safety, the shark comes back. This time, slicing through her buttocks.
Рывает ее с таким звуком.
The shark bites at Olga repeatedly and follows her all the way to the jetty. Mercifully, lifeguards lift her out of the water before the animal can do any more damage.
У меня такое облегчение. Я поняла, что меня просто сейчас не разрежут на куски и со мной не уплывут.
Tourists and resort staff are stunned.
People on the beach, they were very scared. We teach people that sharks are not dangerous to humans. And suddenly we have these shark attacks. We don't know why the attack happened.
Shark attacks in this part of the Red Sea are incredibly rare. In fact, before 2010, there was only one other documented incident in Sharm el-Sheikh. But as onlookers come to terms with the horrific scene, what no one realizes is that the carnage has only just begun.
Suddenly there was a big commotion, and then people understand that there is another shark attack happening.
This time, the victim is a 70-year-old Russian tourist named Ludmila Stolyarova. She was swimming just a few hundred yards north of Olga Martsinko. Her injuries are also horrific. The shark has torn apart her right hand, lacerated a buttock, and sheared her left foot clean off. Fortunately, she also survives the harrowing encounter. 2 violent attacks within minutes on the same stretch of beach. Sharm el-Sheikh has never witnessed such shocking scenes.
Shark attacks in the Red Sea are uncommon. With the severity of damage in such a small area, it's fairly unprecedented in the history of shark attacks.
Sharm el-Sheikh's resorts are the financial lifeblood of the region. A spate of shark attacks could ruin the area's reputation and its economy, leaving the local government under pressure to assure tourists that the water is safe.
This thing must be solved quickly. Some kind of a shark incident will ruin the tourist season.
Something that might give the authorities hope is that there are only a few species of shark in the Red Sea that typically hunt in coastal waters. One is the leopard shark. Its shimmering bronze-spotted skin makes it a favorite catch for fishermen. But at only 4 feet long, it's far too small to have inflicted the kind of damage witnessed in the attacks. But there's another coastal shark in the Red Sea that is big enough. It's aggressive, tenacious, and has the power to slice through flesh and bone like a chainsaw. The tiger shark.
Tiger sharks can grow up to 18 feet long and weigh as much as 2,000 pounds. Their teeth have these big serrated cusps that point in opposite directions. What this does is it creates a really effective saw to cut through a prey item. And they're second only to white sharks in terms of the numbers of unprovoked attacks on people.
But there's a problem. Tiger sharks are most frequently spotted in Egypt, in Safaga and Elphinstone. But that's almost 100 miles from Sharm el-Sheikh. Not only that, but sightings of any kind of shark near the resorts are exceptionally rare.
In the last 40 years, me in the water, I've seen 2 sharks. They usually don't come close to shore, to shallow water.
In fact, in Sharm el-Sheikh, feeding fish by both divers and tourists on land is prohibited, so as not to encourage sharks to come near shore. And so for experts and locals alike, sharks in the same water as beachgoers makes no sense.
It's very, very rare for sharks in this area to be that close to shore.
Despite the lack of satisfactory explanation, Egyptian authorities treat the double attack as a freak accident. A day later, the beaches remain open. And as tourist Joanna Farr can attest, hotel guests are not made aware of the events.
There weren't any signs warning anybody that there's likely to be any sharks in the area. I never imagined that anything so horrific was going to happen there.
Joanna is vacationing in Sharm el-Sheikh with her husband, Jim. After a few days of relaxing on the beach, the pair decide to go snorkeling.
There were loads of people in the water. There were families. Everybody was having a really good time. There was an absolute profusion of fish. It really was beautiful.
But as Jim and Joanna gaze at the stunning reef, something strange happens.
Suddenly, all the big fish are gone. And it was just bizarre. Where did all the fish go? As soon as that had happened, the snorkel guide shouted, "Shark, shark, get out the water now."
Tourists Jim and Joanna Farr are enjoying a day of snorkeling when they hear every beachgoer's worst nightmare.
The snorkel guide shouted, "Shark, shark, get out the water now."
Scores of snorkelers desperately swim for their lives.
People on the shore were screaming. Whistles were blowing. It was like a scene out of Jaws.
But as chaos envelops the beach, Joanna realizes her husband, Jim, is still in the water.
I got out, but then I looked back and my husband was still in the water. And this shark was coming up for Jim.
The shark closes in, but swims right past him.
I couldn't quite see what was happening, but I realized it was a shark.
But while Jim has escaped unharmed, one snorkeler isn't so lucky.
There was a lot of splashing around. We could see a sea of blood.
The victim is 54-year-old Russian tourist Yevgeny Trishkin. Lifeguards rush to his aid, but the damage is done. The shark has torn his left arm to shreds.
I could actually see that the arm was hanging off and the blood was just running over the pontoon.
Tourists line the beach in stunned silence. But then, just as the gravity of the event sinks in, yet more shocking news filters through.
They carried him off up the walkway. Then we heard there was another attack in very much the same area.
Like a dark echo of the previous day, another swimmer has been attacked just yards away. This time the victim is a 41-year-old Ukrainian man. Luckily, he escapes with minor injuries. The latest incident takes the total to 4 shark attacks in just 2 days. The first came out of the blue on November 30th at 2:40 p.m. The second was just yards up the beach, 15 minutes later. Then the day after, at 10:55 a.m., there is a third attack. And finally, just 5 minutes after that, the fourth victim is bitten.
It was just horrific. We had no idea how many other attacks had happened. We wouldn't have gone if we'd have known.
Perhaps most frightening, all of the bites took place within areas commonly used by swimmers.
И мы плавали от понтона до понтона вдоль берега, параллельно буйкам. Мы никуда не заплывали.
News of the quadruple attack spreads around the world. And finally, Egyptian officials close the beaches.
Off Sharm el-Sheikh, 4 people were attacked, forcing the suspension of all water activities for 2 days.
We never went back in the water. I did see a couple of families in the water. There were some children that were paddling, and I was really scared for them.
But simply keeping tourists out of the water won't solve the problem. No one knows why these 4 attacks occurred in such quick succession, and if it will ever be safe to go back in.
Nobody wants the tourist season to be interrupted by sharks attacks. This is one of the reasons the Egyptians did act fast.
Desperate to keep the tourism dollars flowing, the local authorities take matters into their own hands. The next day, 2 boats crewed by government officers are sent into the Red Sea to hunt for sharks.
They basically decided to catch some sharks, trying to find the ones that were responsible for the attacks.
When the boats return, Egyptian officials unveil the outcome of their expedition. In front of an expectant media, they parade 2 dead sharks, an oceanic white-tip, and a short-finned mako. Both sharks have characteristics that could make them viable suspects for the attacks.
Oceanic whitetips are large, aggressive, dangerous sharks. They can grow up to 10 feet long, and they're found in warm tropical waters throughout all of the world's oceans.
Mako sharks are equally dangerous.
Mako sharks grow up to 12.5 feet long and weigh over 1,200 pounds. They're apex predators that are some of the fastest swimming sharks in the ocean, having been clocked at over 45 miles per hour.
2 large, powerful sharks caught near shore. But something doesn't add up.
Mako sharks and oceanic whitetips are seldom implicated in attacks on people because they spend the vast majority of their time in the deep open ocean where they would rarely come in contact with people.
Nevertheless, Egyptian authorities are convinced that they've found the culprits.
Residents breathed a sigh of relief. The waters of this popular Sinai resort town were once again safe.
On December 4th, 3 days after the 4th attack, the beaches are reopened.
They really gave assurances that everything was going to be okay. They'd got the sharks.
It would prove to be a costly decision.
I think they just jumped the gun.
People were allowed back in the water just yesterday. Now, a German tourist has been killed by a shark.
Some say humans have no natural predators. But in 2010 in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, it seems that sharks put them on the menu. 4 devastating attacks over the course of 2 days leave tourists and locals stunned. But after catching a pair of sharks close to shore, officials declare the water safe.
They'd paraded these sharks to say, hey, we've got the bad boys, and that it was a one-off incident.
On December 4th, the beaches are reopened, and vacationers go back in the water. But less than 24 hours later, tragedy strikes.
A German tourist has been killed by a shark.
The victim is 71-year-old Renata Seifert. She is snorkeling in shallow water about 20 yards from shore when she is torn apart by a shark. In the onslaught, the predator removes her right arm and right leg, as well as slicing into her buttocks. This time, the injuries are fatal. It's the 5th attack in the region in less than a week. It seems that the Egyptian authorities' claim that they had caught the sharks responsible was a disastrous miscalculation. In the wake of the fatal attack, all water activities are suspended. And this time, no one knows if or when it will ever be safe to return.
We don't know why it started, and we do not know that it is safe to go in the water.
This is one of the rarest and most unique cases of shark attacks in history. And the fact that an attack occurred after the authorities killed the sharks means that this isn't simply a few sharks that strayed close to shore, and it shows us that there's likely some other factor in play.
In search of answers, Egyptian officials fly in a team of world-renowned shark experts. One of them is Ralph Collier of the Shark Research Institute in California.
I received a call asking me to come to Egypt. I have been working in this field for more than 55 years, and these are some of the most horrific injuries I have ever seen.
For Collier, the focus of the investigation will be determined by answering one question: which species of shark is responsible for the attacks?
If we know the species, then we can start looking at the factors that might affect that particular type of shark.
One way to find out is to analyze photographs of the victim's wounds. And for Collier, there's one set of images that are particularly useful. Those of the third victim, Victor Colley.
You can see these long tears in the skin around the knee and large spacing in between each of these tears. These wounds clearly indicate that this bite was the result of a mako shark.
Not only that, but there's something strange about the precise alignment of these particular teeth marks.
I noticed the large spacing here. This is way out of alignment compared to a normal jaw.
In fact, Collier has seen this distinctive pattern before.
I compared the wounds to the photograph of the mako shark that had been caught. I noticed immediately that the upper jaw on the right side was anomalous. It had sustained an injury. The teeth were misaligned. That injury, that spacing, matched perfectly the wound to the knee area for Victor.
It's a huge break in the case. And that's not all. The mako's telltale misshapen jaw also fits the wounds of another victim.
This dentition pattern also matched the fourth victim, who was in the same area as Victor when he was bitten.
Two people bitten by the same mako shark, killed by government officials on December 3rd. The revelation leaves Collier stunned.
Using a shark cull to catch an animal that has bitten someone, seldom, if ever, will you catch the shark involved. But one of the two sharks they caught was an animal that was responsible for two of the attacks.
But what about the other three victims? When Collier analyzes their wounds, he can't find a match for either of the sharks that were caught. However, he is able to discern the species involved.
When we examined the photographs of the other victims, they appeared to have been bitten by an oceanic whitetip.
The bite mark analysis shows that two species were involved: short-finned mako sharks and oceanic whitetips. But even though 2 of the victims were bitten by a shark that is now dead, that doesn't mean the waters are any less dangerous.
Just because you identify the specific shark that attacked somebody doesn't mean you're any closer to solving the problem. There's still the underlying question of why that shark ended up attacking people and if other sharks could be affected.
In fact, the discovery that the attacks are the work of more than one species has troubling implications.
Given that there's evidence that there were multiple species involved,
There's likely to be something much bigger happening that's the real reason for these attacks.
Oceanic whitetips and makos are certainly unlikely culprits. The sharks most frequently implicated in attacks on humans are great whites, bull sharks, and tiger sharks. These species all hunt in coastal environments, the same waters used by humans. Attacks are believed to be the result of the sharks mistaking prey like seals and sea turtles for swimmers at the surface of the water. But oceanic whitetips and makos typically hunt fish in the deep waters of the ocean. So not only is it unlikely for them to mistake humans for their normal prey, but it's also bizarre for them to be found in shallow water to begin with. So why are they attacking swimmers? And what are they doing near shore? In search of clues, Collier looks for anything unusual in the environment at the time of the incidents.
I immediately gathered witnesses to try to determine what was unique, what had taken place that isn't the norm.
Collier soon gets a tip-off. Hotel guests had noticed something odd in the days prior to the attacks. Turns out that sharks are not the only thing making the waters of Sharm el-Sheikh run red with blood.
One of the things that we heard was that something horrific actually washed up to shore.
One dead, 1 injured, and 3 mutilated. It sounds like something out of a slasher movie. But this is real life. These are the victims of 5 brutal shark attacks in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt in 2010, in just 5 days. Experts have identified that 2 types of shark are involved: the short-finned mako and the oceanic whitetip. But both species usually live in the deep waters of the open ocean. So what were they doing near the coast? And why did they attack humans? Investigators have discovered that hotel guests noticed something odd in the days leading up to the horrific encounters.
I found out that there were approximately 30 to 40 sheep carcasses that were retrieved from the Sharm el-Sheikh area. Some were retrieved from the beach where you go swimming or diving. We learned there are very large container ships that move through that area transporting sheep, and they will transport anywhere from 100 to 200,000 sheep.
In fact, divers in the area report witnessing one such vessel passing through the Straits of Tiran, little more than a mile north of the attack sites, throwing dead livestock overboard. And reports suggest that tidal currents could have carried the corpses to the shallow waters of Sharm el-Sheikh's resorts. So might the presence of this dead livestock be connected to the attacks? Dr. Dan Huber from the University of Tampa Shark Lab explores the idea. He thinks it could have something to do with one of the most overlooked parts of a shark's anatomy: its taste buds.
Here we've got a spiny dogfish. Most people think of sharks as having an amazing sense of smell, but the sense of taste is also important when it comes to finding a desirable prey item.
In humans, all taste buds are located on one organ, the tongue. But for sharks, it's different.
The taste buds aren't clustered on their tongue the way it is in humans. In a shark, the tongue is more of a skeletal structure. It has some taste buds, but the taste buds are located on these little lump-shaped structures here called papillae. And these papillae are found all throughout the inside of the mouth and also down into the gill chamber as well.
This abundance of taste buds gives sharks a unique ability.
It enables them to detect chemical cues in not just the food that they're eating, but also in the water that's flowing through their mouths as they're making their way through the ocean, which means that sharks are really good at picking up on chemical cues and following those to the source in order to get a meal.
And it's not just typical prey items like fish that sharks are looking for.
At the end of the day, sharks are interested in one main thing, and that's protein. It could be live protein, and it could be dead protein that they're scavenging on.
So for a shark, a sudden influx of animal carcasses near shore could be like ringing a dinner bell.
It's definitely possible that sheep carcasses in the water could attract sharks close to shore.
Another piece of the puzzle has fallen into place. When the dead sheep entered the deep waters of the Straits of Tiran, a pungent mix of chemicals would have been released. As the corpses were carried by currents towards Sharm el-Sheikh, sharks like oceanic whitetips and makos followed in hopes of an easy meal. But a more important question remains. What made them attack humans?
Sharks do not eat humans. This is not part of its regular diet.
We didn't know what was the possible motivation. Why did it do what it did?
A harrowing detail from the account of the third victim could offer a vital piece of evidence.
Вспоминаю море и события, которые 9-летней давности, так как вроде это произошло вчера.
In 2010, Ukrainian tourist Viktor Kali and his wife Victoria came to Sharm el-Sheikh in hopes of an unforgettable vacation. It would indeed be memorable, but for all the wrong reasons. On the last day of their vacation, Victor and Victoria decide to spend the morning snorkeling.
Прыгнули в воду и, как обычно, вдоль кораллового рифа поплыли.
Victor explores the beautiful marine life. When out of the corner of his eye, he spots a dark shape looming beneath the surface.
И увидел возле себя, в непосредственной близости, серое большое туловище. Но я так понял.
Victor's wife.
Вот после того, как она меня укусила, от момента я увидел, что она уже между мной и женой, за женой идет.
Victoria breathlessly wades through the shallows as the sleek and speedy shark closes in on the terrified tourist.
Акула подошла вплотную к ней, животом уперлась в дно.
Finally, the shark relents and swims away. Victor is treated for lacerations to his right leg. He knows things could have been much worse.
Я считаю, что крупно повезло. Наверное, где-то там кто-то свыше осмотрел, потому что...
Victor's disturbing account could help investigators uncover why the sharks of Sharm el-Sheikh are suddenly attacking humans. In this case, the shark seemed especially determined. Even after biting Victor, the animal chased his wife all the way to the shore, almost beaching itself in the process. Other victims, such as Olga Martsinko, describe similar behavior in their encounters.
Когда я оказалась на понтоне, и когда он меня вытащил, я чувствую, что с меня снимают ласты и начинают бить по воде. И говорили, что она вот пыталась выпрыгнуть.
For shark expert Ralph Collier, this behavior is bizarre.
When a shark bites a human, they never get the same taste, let's say, as they would by biting a fish. So generally, they will release us and swim away. These incidents were totally different. The shark came in, attacked the victim, and came back and attacked again and again and again, and stayed with the victims until they were removed from the water. That's a very determined animal.
So what could cause sharks to display such brazen determination? For Collier, there can be only one explanation.
In my opinion, these animals were not investigating. These were all predatory attacks. These sharks were attempting to feed on the victim.
Sharks trying to feed on humans. It's a terrifying and virtually unprecedented revelation.
That's extremely unique and very, very rare. And we had to find out why.
So what could cause Egypt's sharks to suddenly start attempting to actually eat beachgoers? For Dr. Dan Huber, such unnatural behavior suggests that something equally unnatural must be occurring in the predator's environment. In fact, it could point to some kind of human intervention.
Animals can be trained to exhibit certain behaviors in response to a stimulus. And the reason why this works is because the stimulus is associated with a reward.
This concept is known as conditioning.
One of the primary ways that this happens is
if a shark gets hand-fed over and over and over again, it's learning to associate people with a food reward, which means that it's going to exhibit feeding behaviors around people, even if that food reward isn't present.
But something doesn't add up. Feeding sharks is illegal in Egyptian waters. Just when the investigation seems like it might hit a dead end, Collier lights upon a crucial piece of evidence.
The moment I saw this, I told those that were in the room, there's the reason.
In 2010, the Red Sea resort of Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, becomes a predator's killing zone. 5 horrific shark attacks in less than a week leaves 4 injured and 1 dead. Investigators have identified that 2 of the victims were attacked by the same mako shark. But the rest appeared to be the work of oceanic whitetips. Most frightening of all, it appears the sharks were actually trying to feed on the victims. The reason for this macabre change in behavior is a mystery. But the final piece of this deadly puzzle is about to be revealed.
I requested that one of the Egyptian biologists go to Cairo and retrieve medical records we needed. When he returned the following day, he also had a video that he had obtained from a diver that was visiting one of the injured individuals in the hospital.
Despite the laws against it, the video shows divers in Sharm el-Sheikh feeding sharks. Although Collier is able to review the tape in Egypt, it has never been released. But these images taken during dives in the Bahamas show virtually the same scene as the unreleased Egyptian footage.
When I was shown the video, I saw a group of divers in a semicircle, arms folded, with a diver out in front of them, 15, 20 feet away, with his arm extended. I saw a shark approach out of the haze. As it did, the diver out in front with the extended arm released this fish. The shark picked up the fish, swam behind that diver. As it moved behind the diver, he reached back and pulled out a fish from a fanny pack.
For Collier, it all starts to make sense.
The majority of the victims sustained injuries, amputations of their hand and forearms, also their buttocks, an area of the body seldom bitten by sharks.
Victims 1, 2, and 5 all had hands and buttocks removed. And victim 4's arms were also torn to shreds.
So the moment I saw the video, I now realized instantly this was the reason for the bites to the limbs. This was the reason for the bites to the buttocks.
Collier learns that unlawful shark feeding in the area is rife.
I learned that shark feeding was common. The video was taken 9 months to a year before the attacks. This had been going on for a long time. They had unknowingly conditioned the animals that when you see an extended hand or an appendage out, it's food. The first part of the body struck was an appendage, a leg or an arm. The second bite was the buttocks, which is where the fanny pack was located.
An explanation for the multiple attacks has emerged. The illegal feeding taught sharks like makos and oceanic whitetips to associate humans with an easy hand-fed meal. Normally, this wouldn't be a problem because the sharks stayed in their natural environment of the deep ocean. But when sheep carcasses were dumped nearby, they followed the odor trail of these decayed corpses as they drifted onto the beaches of Sharm el-Sheikh. There they encountered tourists swimming with outstretched arms, a signal that made them think that on the end of that arm was food. The result was tragedy.
They established a pattern of conditioning, the results of which caused the incidents to occur.
It seems the mystery is solved, but the investigation has one more surprise. The shark in the video Collier was shown is an oceanic whitetip, the same species implicated in 3 of the attacks. And this one has a distinct and easily recognizable feature.
As the shark passed in front of the camera, I noticed that there was a notch out of the upper portion of the tail, a crescent-shaped wound.
Collier interviews local divers to see if anyone has witnessed this shark before. There were, in fact, a group of divers in the water in the vicinity of the first 2 attacks. And sure enough, the dive master did witness a shark in the area.
The dive master told me that they observed this oceanic whitetip and that it had an identifiable scar on the tail. It swam down and began circling them and very aggressively made passes at them. The dive master instructed them to do this. The shark then departed and they left the water.
Shortly afterwards, the first 2 victims were attacked. And that's not all. There are reports of the very same shark being spotted in the shallow water where the 5th victim was attacked moments before her death.
It was the same shark that was responsible for the first 2 attacks that was in this video taking fish from this diver. We got really lucky in that we were able to not only identify the 2 species, but the 2 individual sharks that were responsible for these attacks.
But perhaps most disturbing, there's no telling how many other sharks might also have been unwittingly trained by illegal shark feeding to bite humans. In the aftermath of the investigation, Egyptian authorities introduced strict $50,000 fines for anyone found feeding sharks. And it seems to work. Since 2010, there hasn't been a single shark attack in Sharm el-Sheikh. But while Egypt's shores appear to be safe, elsewhere in vacation hotspots like the Bahamas, Fiji, and the Philippines, hand feeding of sharks continues. And for those with experience of the potential consequences of these activities, these incredible creatures perhaps deserve more respect.
It's their ocean, it's their sea, it's their domain.
They are a predatory animal and they are powerful and they can take your life. But they deserve their place in this world.
Hammerheads, lemon sharks, and the magnificent oceanic white-tip. The Bahamas is known as the shark capital of the world. For thousands of years, these predators have shared their home with humans. But in 2019, it seems we're no longer welcome.
I immediately look over, and he is right here in my face.
I remember just fear taking over immediately.
3 terrifying attacks in the space of 9 days.
This is an unprecedented event.
I believe the dangers are getting greater, much greater.
And until investigators discover the truth, your next Caribbean vacation could be your last.
We all got nervous. Where's this going to end?
I was born right here in Nassau. I've lived my whole life in the Bahamas.
Local resident Spence Finlayson knows these glistening shores better than anyone.
We've had people come from all over the world just to see this beautiful water and to experience the ambience of the islands.
This idyllic tropical archipelago is made up of over 700 breathtaking islands. More than 6 million tourists visit each year, drawn by the turquoise waters, golden sand, and a spectacular array of marine life. Its oceans are home to 50 varieties of hard coral, dozens of kinds of fish, and more than 40 species of sharks, including some of the world's deadliest, like the tiger shark with its rapacious slicing teeth, and the pugnacious bull shark, known for its ferocity. Historically, these fearsome hunters have left the locals and tourists alone. But 2019 is different.
This is where it all happened that day, the tragic accident here.
A 21-year-old college student Jordan Lindsay is on vacation with her family. Jordan and her mother Cammie are snorkeling at one of the Bahamas' most beautiful locations, Rose Island.
This is one of the premier snorkeling areas here in the country.
As the pair admire the incredible coral reef below, they begin to drift apart, swimming around 15 feet away from each other.
When you're out here snorkeling, you're on your own, basically. It's very peaceful.
But that peace is about to be shattered.
Jordan just screamed, help, help, help.
A shark sinks its teeth into Jordan's arm.
The mother sees blood, and of course she was terrified to see that.
And that's not all. There appear to be as many as 3 sharks surrounding Jordan. Cammy calls for her daughter to swim to her.
Jordan tried to move, tried to swim, tried to reach out to swim to her mother, but the shark had bitten off her right arm.
Jordan's mother tries to help her to shore, but the ordeal is far from over.
Jordan saw another shark, and she told her mom, Mom, there's another shark.
The predator comes between the mother and daughter. In desperation, Cammy kicks out at the massive animal.
She was beating the shark off, trying to save her child.
It's no use. The shark strikes again. This time taking a huge chunk out of Jordan's leg. Finally, Cammy is able to pull her out of the water. The damage is horrific. She has lost an arm, her leg is severely damaged, and there are several other bite marks on her body.
She died as a result of her injuries. The dream became a nightmare in the Bahamas.
Jordan Lindsay's death makes headlines around the world. Shark attacks in the Bahamas, while not unheard of, are relatively rare. And there hasn't been a death from a shark bite in over a decade. But in June 2019, the attack on Jordan is no isolated incident. In the days immediately before this deadly encounter, there were 2 other attacks. On June 17th, a 50-year-old snorkeling guide was attacked while leading a tour on the Exuma Islands. And just 4 days later, a 28-year-old spear fisherman was bitten in the leg just yards from his dive boat. The spike in attacks sends shockwaves through the tight-knit community.
We all got nervous. Where is this going to end? All of a sudden, are we having more shark attacks?
If the attacks continue, the lives of more tourists and locals could be at risk, and the island's reputation as a tropical paradise would be ruined.
Whenever there's any incident that involves a tourist, we're all very concerned and hope that these types of things don't happen.
The cause of this terrifying series of shark encounters must be found.
The series of attacks in the Bahamas in 2019 is definitely something worth investigating, because while there are periodic shark attacks in the Bahamas, to have 3 of them over the course of a week and a half that involved severe trauma, and one of which was fatal, is very unique.
According to Dr. Dan Huber of the University of Tampa Shark Lab, the first step to solving the mystery is to identify which species of shark are responsible for the attacks.
Once we know the species, we can begin looking at factors that affect that type of shark to try to understand what caused the spike in attacks.
Dr. Huber starts by analyzing the severity of wounds inflicted on Jordan Lindsay.
When doing a bite mark analysis, the amount of trauma that was caused can sometimes tell us just as much as the shape of the wound when it comes to determining both the size and species of the shark. In the case of the attack on Jordan Lindsay, based upon the severity of damage, which is multiple limbs severed very quickly, this would seem to indicate a very large, very powerful shark.
And for Huber, this points to one suspect.
The only kind of shark that can cut through flesh and bone that quickly in Bahamian waters is the tiger shark.
Tigers are considered to be one of the world's most dangerous species of shark for humans. Their jaws are lined with dozens of serrated teeth. When this relentless predator bites down on its prey, it shakes its head to and fro, generating a powerful slicing action that can rip through flesh, bone, and even the shells of sea turtles. But what about the 2 other attacks of the June 2019 spike? Dan Huber studies the shape of their wounds in search of clues.
In the case of this victim, we can see that there's extensive damage to his lower left leg. From here, we can see the curvature of the bite. We can see that it comes in fairly straight at the lateral margins, but then rounds out abruptly. This would suggest a somewhat blunt-nosed shark that attacked him.
These are the characteristic marks left by one of the ocean's most aggressive hunters. One that bites with more force, pound for pound, than any other large shark.
This would indicate that the victim was attacked by a bull shark.
And when Huber studies the final victim's injuries, they tell a different story again.
The tooth marks are a bit more spaced out in the set of lacerations on his shin than they are on his calf, which indicates which jaw bit which side of the leg. Now, in addition to that, we also have a bit more pronounced of a curvature in the attack.
This telltale curved jaw is the trademark of the most common shark in the entire region.
These wounds seem to have been caused by a Caribbean reef shark.
Huber's analysis shows that 3 different species of shark were involved in the attacks. Tiger sharks, bull sharks, and Caribbean reef sharks. It's an important breakthrough in the investigation.
Given that there's evidence of tiger sharks, bull sharks, and Caribbean reef sharks in these attacks, this would suggest that we need to look for factors that would affect multiple species, such as changes in the environment or changes in human behavior.
So why are the sharks of the Bahamas suddenly turning their teeth on people? A clue could lie with the vessels that bring the tourists to the islands in the first place. According to Dr. Rihanna Neely Murphy of the country's Ministry of Environment and Housing, Bahamian waters are facing a scourge that affects oceans the world over.
The Bahamas are plagued with plastics. Many cruise ships pass through, and unfortunately, they dump their garbage in the open ocean. Those make it to our shores.
Every year, more than 8 million metric tons of plastic waste makes its way into the world's oceans.
Every plastic bottle, every plastic bag, every piece of every fork, knife, straw, it's still here. This will impact not just Bahamians, but anybody in the world.
So how might plastic pollution have an impact on the Bahamas shark population? According to Alex Schultz and Andrew Cooper of the nonprofit organization 4Ocean, it all comes down to how sharks feed.
Sharks are not only just apex predators, but also at times they're scavengers.
The ability to scavenge allows sharks to secure a meal without the danger of being attacked. But it's not completely risk-free. Even the most evolved species can mistake plastic for a prey item.
I mean, that looks like a water bottle. Yeah. So that's actually a jellyfish. It's not a piece of plastic. And you can see how hard it is to distinguish the difference just from here. You can only imagine animals trying to distinguish the difference between a jellyfish and, say, this plastic water bottle.
For many marine creatures, eating plastic is a death sentence.
If a turtle eats enough plastic bags and they can't pass it, it fills their stomach and they're gonna starve to death.
So might the same thing be happening to sharks in the Bahamas? And how might this be related to the attacks? Turns out, something similar has happened before. In the 1960s in Australia, a malnourished shark was so desperate for a meal that it latched onto the leg of a 13-year-old boy and refused to let go. Rescuers had to kill the shark before they could pry its jaw off the victim. So perhaps the sharks of the Bahamas are so hungry from ingesting too much plastic that they're looking for a new source of prey. Prey like humans. Tiger sharks, bull sharks, and Caribbean reef sharks. 3 of the biggest, baddest predators in the ocean. And in June 2019, they take a bite out of the Bahamas. 3 attacks in 9 days. 1 is fatal.
This is an unprecedented event. We have been in tourism for all our lives, and this has never happened.
One hypothesis is that plastic pollution in the ocean is playing havoc with the sharks' digestive systems, leading to malnutrition, causing them to turn to humans for food. Shark expert Jill McAndrew of the Long Island Aquarium in New York unpicks the theory. She starts by examining a unique feature of a shark's digestive tract.
This is the spiny dogfish. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to slice open. This right here is the stomach.
A shark's stomach is lined with nerves that are capable of sensing foreign objects. When an unfamiliar item is detected, the surrounding muscles do something extraordinary.
They actually turn their stomach inside out and regurgitate what's not right.
It's a process called stomach eversion. This ability is key. Although plastics are inadvertently ingested by many forms of oceanic wildlife, sharks, unlike many other fish, can get the unwanted material out of their system.
Sharks do not hold on to something that isn't good for them.
An increase in plastic pollution can't be behind the sudden spike in shark attacks. But what the theory does show is how sharks feed and what they feed on can be a significant factor in how they behave. Could there be another potential prey item in these waters that's affecting the region's sharks? A detail from one of the most unlikely victims in the spike could open up a new lead in the investigation. Boat captain Salvador Ruiz is a local snorkeling guide who's made a life for himself on the water.
Me encanta el mar. Si pudiera estar todos los días en el agua sería mi preferido. Y la verdad es que siempre es un buen día hasta que no es.
In June 2019, Salvador is leading a trip for 6 tourists in the Exuma Keys.
Estábamos parando en Suma y se puede esquiar. Entonces tiene para bucear en ciertos lugares donde tienen unas boyas y todo esto.
Around midday, Salvador and his group dive into the crystal clear water.
O sea, todo fue perfecto. O sea, no había ningún tipo de peligro, todo estaba excelente.
But as they explore the underwater world, nature bites back.
¿Qué hago yo? Subo hasta arriba y cuando salgo nadando siento el ¡pam! En el pie.
A 6-foot bull shark has sunk its teeth into Salvador's left calf. And the predator isn't giving up without a fight.
Todo me pasaba muy rápido en la mente, o sea, ¿qué está pasando? O sea, ¿por qué no me suelta?
The boat captain tries to escape the shark's grip, kicking with all his might.
El dolor más fuerte fue cuando él desgarra y se lleva todo. Yo siento como pa, 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 pa. Que las cosas se partían. Entonces ahí es donde grito, o sea, ahí meto un ¡guau! Me atacó un tiburón, me atacó un tiburón.
Finally, the shark relents, and the tourists drag their guide out of the water. But Salvador's calf has been torn to shreds.
Claro, cuando subo el pie, era mucha sangre.
He's flown to Miami, where he undergoes 5 surgeries. Miraculously, doctors save his leg.
Entonces, tú sabes, pensando ya en frío, wow, estoy vivo por la gracia de Dios nada más. O sea, no tengo cómo agradecerle.
Salvador's violent encounter holds a clue that could help solve the mystery. The snorkeling guide wasn't the only unusual prey item in the water that day. Another creature, one that would make a tasty meal for a shark, is also nearby.
Estábamos parando en una isla bien bonita donde se le da a comer a los cerditos.
And these aren't just any pigs. These are the Bahamas' famous swimming pigs. According to the president of the Bahamas Humane Society, Kim Arana, today there are more than 20 sites across the islands where visitors can swim and be photographed with pigs.
It started with one farmer using an uninhabited island as basically an area to keep his farm pigs. But of course, once one person posted a picture with a pig, everybody else had to have a picture with a pig. People will fly from Denmark, from Finland, from Japan, from China to see a farm pig swim in the water.
And when the data is analyzed, it reveals that all 3 attacks occurred close to areas known for their pig tourism. So could these swimming swine be connected to the attacks? It's not as outlandish as it sounds. Dr. Stephen Kajura from Florida Atlantic University explains.
Sharks are very good at detecting in the low frequency range, the low frequency pulses, because they're predators. They need to be able to find their prey. A wounded fish, for example, or a struggling fish is going to swim in an erratic manner and create these low frequency pulse noises that the sharks are attuned to homing in on.
But it's not just fish that make these kinds of noises in the water. The movement of a pig's feet as they paddle also gives off low-frequency sounds.
When something is making a lot of noise pollution in the water at these low frequencies, for them it's like ringing a dinner bell.
It's time for investigators to uncover whether the aquatic hogs draw sharks closer to the shore and into contact with beachgoers, triggering the terrifying attacks. In the summer of 2019, the idyllic beaches of the Bahamas are gripped by fear. 3 shark attacks in the space of just 9 days, one of them fatal. The species responsible are tigers, bulls, and Caribbean reef sharks. Why they attacked is a mystery. But investigators have uncovered that in each case, the victims were snorkeling near to one of the island's most unusual tourist attractions, swimming pigs. Could it be that these portly paddlers are drawing hungry sharks to the area in search of a meal?
When something is making a lot of noise pollution in the water at these low frequencies, for them it's like ringing a dinner bell. It's a signal that there's food there.
The theory seems plausible, but according to Dr. Dan Huber, there is one critical element that doesn't stack up.
While it's possible that the pigs could attract sharks to the area, if this were the case, you would expect that at least some of the pigs would have actually been bitten. But the fact of the matter is that there's no evidence to indicate that these pigs have ever been attacked. Probably because all of the commotion of all of the pigs and all of the people would have actually deterred the sharks from engaging in an attack.
So, although there were swimming pigs in the vicinity of each of the incidents, they don't appear to be the reason behind the multiple attacks. And as the mystery deepens, the danger in the water appears to be getting greater. Just 1 week after Jordan Lindsay's fatal attack, disaster strikes again. While snorkeling with friends in Guana Key, a 32-year-old tourist from Fort Lauderdale is attacked by a shark. He's rushed to a nearby hospital, where luckily doctors are able to save his life.
Después me entero que un dentista fue atacado por un tiburón. O sea, la preocupación es cómo pasó tantos ataques de tiburón en menos de 2 semanas, en un área tan pequeña.
4 attacks in little more than 2 weeks. It's a disastrous chain of events.
There's no way to describe the sorrow of hearing that somebody was attacked by a shark in the water. It's just impossible to even fathom yourself. I think it's becoming more dangerous, and I think it's going to happen again. It's going to continue to happen.
An answer must be found, or the waters of the Bahamas may never be considered safe. Desperate for clues, investigators turn to the record books. One attack from just 2 years earlier stands out. This harrowing incident offers a tantalizing clue that could unravel the mystery once and for all.
So when I think back on all of that, it was just a normal vacation, you know, that we took every year.
In 2017, Tiffany Johnson and her husband, JJ, came to the Bahamas on what was supposed to be the trip of a lifetime.
It didn't really cross my mind often that there would be danger. The wind was very light. It was just a gorgeous, beautiful day.
Midway through their vacation, Tiffany and JJ are on a snorkeling trip off the coast of the Bahamas' Paradise Island.
When you're snorkeling, you kind of get lost. It was gorgeous. We got to see all kinds of different fish interacting, big ones, small ones.
After about 20 minutes, JJ heads back to the boat. But Tiffany stays in the water.
I was just getting lost in that world. And I remember just watching the fish interact, and I felt like I had bumped into something. But there was nothing for me to bump into. When I turned to my right, I was face to face with a shark. He had my whole arm in his mouth.
Tiffany Johnson is in the grip of a tiger shark.
I remember just fear taking over immediately. His top teeth dug into me. Then he clamped just below my elbow. It felt like slow motion, like time stood still.
Eventually, the shark lets go. But the damage is done.
The first thing I see is that it's severed. It's a mangled stump. And I remember just the shock of seeing it gone.
Tiffany's husband desperately helps her back on the boat.
It looked like a horror movie, and I was swimming with my arm up, and it's just pumping blood everywhere.
Tiffany is rushed to the hospital. She undergoes multiple surgeries, but her life will never be the same.
The thing I think about the most now isn't necessarily what could happen to me if I go back in the ocean. It's more about
Are my children okay with watching me struggle through things? I want to make sure that I'm setting the right example so that we can establish this new normal with a healthy outcome.
Tiffany's terrifying encounter from 2017 reveals a vital piece of information that could help solve the mystery of the quadruple attack that is tearing the Bahamas apart in 2019.
The wind was very light. It was just a gorgeous, beautiful day.
The breeze. It seems like an innocuous detail, but according to meteorologist Joe Merchant, it's a vital piece of evidence when analyzing shark attacks.
I've been a meteorologist for 8 years for the National Weather Service, and I recently started studying sharks and their behavior as it applies to weather.
Merchant's research revolves around a familiar meteorological phenomenon, the sea breeze.
Whether it's in the Bahamas or off of the coast of Australia, every day across the globe, there's a sea breeze.
A sea breeze occurs when the heat from the sun bears down on the coast, causing a difference in air pressure, resulting in a localized wind that blows from the ocean towards the land. When this breeze blows, it displaces the surface of the ocean, causing the water at the bottom to move up to replace it, in turn dragging nutrients like phytoplankton to the surface. This process is called upwelling. When the phytoplankton reach the surface, fish come to eat it, and then the sharks come to feed on the fish. This process can happen on any coastline in the world, provided there's enough heat from the sun hitting the surface of the Earth. However, Merchant contends that if there's a sudden increase in surface temperatures, this creates a more intense sea breeze that supercharges the upwelling process, bringing in more fish and more sharks, increasing the chance of an encounter with humans. So could a sudden and intense sea breeze have resulted in sharks being lured to the attack sites during the summer of 2019? To explore the possibility, Joe examines weather data from the day of Jordan Lindsay's attack.
I'm going to be looking for changes in the wind direction. That's a real strong indicator of a sea breeze.
A sudden shift in the direction of the wind is a telltale sign that a strong sea breeze has occurred, because the sea breeze itself disrupts other winds blowing through the region. And what Joe discovers is disturbing.
On the day of Jordan Lindsay's attack, the winds were pretty steady out of the east. They shifted to east-southeast just before the attack, and so that would be indicative of a sea breeze front crossing that location. And unfortunately, she was there at that time, and that sea breeze front likely played a role in her attack.
And when he analyzes the weather data from the other incidents, Merchant has yet more revelations.
When I looked at the attacks in the Bahamas this past summer, the conditions are right for a sea breeze front, and the conditions are right for sharks to come closer to shore.
The sudden occurrence of strong sea breezes seems highly likely to have played a role in the spike in attacks. A piece of the puzzle has fallen into place. But according to shark expert Dr. Dan Huber, that can't be the entire story.
More sharks doesn't necessarily mean more shark attacks. There's plenty of examples of aerial footage of beaches all throughout the world, which shows lots of people in the water along the beach and then the shadows of sharks swimming just offshore. Not only that, but many of the attacks in the Bahamas were very aggressive. This indicates that there might be another factor at play.
And a detail from one of them could finally crack the case and impact beachgoers across the world.
I immediately look over, and he's right here in my face. Just got attacked by a shark.
In 2019, some of the biggest, most aggressive and most abundant sharks of the Bahamas appeared to be on a rampage. 4 attacks in little more than 2 weeks. One of them is fatal. Tiger sharks, bull sharks, and Caribbean reef sharks are all believed to be involved.
We all wondered, why. It's important to find out what happened.
So far, investigators have discovered that a sudden and intense sea breeze could have led to an upwelling of nutrients that in turn may have drawn additional sharks to the area of each incident. But what made them attack humans, and with such seemingly brutal determination? The account of the second victim could reveal the truth.
I grew up fishing with my dad. He was a charter captain, and I've been doing it ever since.
Jonathan Hernandez has made regular spearfishing trips to the Bahamas for years.
It's a highly sought-after spearfishing and fishing destination. You have a lot of reef fish, hogfish, grouper, snapper, lobster.
But in June 2019, he encountered a different kind of sea creature.
Nothing stood out to me that something bad might happen that day. We left the dock about 10 o'clock. Everything seemed totally normal, just like any other time diving in the Bahamas. Right away, I saw a large female hogfish. So I decided I was going to take that fish. I breathed up on the surface. I took a dive, placed the shot, retrieved the fish. Call the boat over. He's on his way over to pick me up. And then out of nowhere, there's a shark right here in my face. And then he hit me full speed, mouth open.
A 6-foot Caribbean reef shark tears into Jonathan's leg.
I started kicking, shoving, punching, whatever I could do to get away. And at that moment, he spun a quick 180, and it was just a brief glimpse of the shark swimming away full speed. I just saw that my calf was filleted open, and it was bleeding a lot.
Jonathan swims desperately towards the safety of his boat.
Everyone on the boat worked together as a team, and they just all pulled together and, towels, the weight belts. As soon as I got in the boat, it was wrapped.
Jonathan is flown to a hospital in Tampa, Florida, where surgeons battle to save his leg. But while his scars will fade, the incident will stay with him forever.
I'm far more appreciative of everything. Life itself, being able to walk, being able to have my leg. It was a miracle how everything worked out. I was blessed.
Jonathan's encounter is harrowing, but it contains one key detail that could finally unlock the secret to why 3 different species of shark suddenly began biting beachgoers.
I placed the shot, killed it, retrieved the fish.
When he was attacked, Jonathan was holding a freshly speared fish. This element is crucial because this simple action is eerily similar to a growing tourist attraction. One that puts deadly predators and humans closer than ever before. The Bahamas is known as a tourist's paradise. But in the summer of 2019, something changed. 4 brutal shark attacks by what experts believe are at least 3 different species leaves the island nation in shock. But the mystery of why the sharks of the Bahamas are suddenly attacking people is about to be revealed. The final clue lies in what the second victim, Jonathan Hernandez, was doing moments before he was bitten.
I placed the shot, killed it, retrieved the fish.
This detail bears a striking similarity to a booming tourist industry that offers people the most intimate of human shark encounters.
There's a business in the Bahamas, and that's the feeding of sharks with tourist scuba divers on site in the water with the sharks.
Thrill seekers can dive into the depths and experience these awesome predators face to face. And tour guides will even feed the sharks by hand.
These are large boats, 50, 60, 70 feet long. They come on a tour.
In fact, shark diving has become a $100 million a year industry. According to a recent study, 43% of all divers visiting the Bahamas come to see the sharks. Although none of the victims of the 2019 spike were diving with sharks per se, this trend may have played a deadly part in their attacks. Joe Waiulo of the Long Island Aquarium explains.
If it's repetitive enough, they'll definitely make an association between something and food. You definitely see the animals certainly getting used to a routine when it's feeding time and things like that. It becomes very clear.
At the aquarium, the sharks have come to connect seemingly mundane aspects of their daily routine with the promise of food. First, the staff walk over to the shark's tank and open the gates. Next, they attach fish to a long pole. And finally, they place the pole in the water for the shark to take a bite. And because of the repetitive nature of this regimen, the sharks will exhibit this aggressive feeding behavior even when there is no food present.
If we were to stick a pole in the tank with no fish on the end, they will bite at it, and then they might actually bite it even harder at times because they're getting frustrated because there should be a fish on there.
The concept is called conditioning. In the Bahamas, instead of a feeding pole, divers are holding fish by hand and repeating this process over and over again.
Hand feeding in recreational shark diving operations can definitely cause behavioral conditioning in sharks. The reason for this is because the sharks are seeing a visual stimulus of the person holding the food, and as a result of that, they're getting the reward of a meal. As this happens over and over and over again, it reinforces the behavior of sharks approaching people in order to get that same meal.
As a result, when a shark encounters a swimmer who is not part of a diving expedition, it could end up biting that person in anticipation of a hand-fed reward.
This is the kind of scenario that could lead sharks to attack people.
An explanation has emerged. Sudden surges in sea breeze made the conditions perfect to draw an abundance of fish into the shallows, which in turn may have attracted sharks. And it seems the practice of shark feeding expeditions could have conditioned at least some of these predators to associate humans with an easy hand-fed meal. More and more shark feeding expeditions are being offered every day. For those involved, it's a worrying situation.
I believe the dangers are getting greater, much greater.
I understand that the sharks, that is their environment and it's their home. You have to have a respect for it. If you don't, it can get nasty really quick out there. Chomp, chomp.
I just saw this big dark thing coming out of the water.
The shark had gotten him on his leg and pulled him below.
Never really thought something like that would ever happen to me.
South Africa's Western Cape is one of the most deadly coastlines on Earth.
The water color changed to red in seconds.
20 shark attacks in a decade. 6 of them fatal.
It felt like being hit by a car.
By the ocean's most formidable killing machine, the Great White.
To me, white sharks is the perfect predator.
Investigators have been desperately studying this bizarre phenomenon.
There's a huge fear of the unknown.
Their discoveries could change your vacation forever. And will finally reveal how South Africa became a great white killing zone.
So the Western Cape is a beautiful, beautiful place. Beautiful beaches, safe place to hang out.
39-year-old Matt Murray is an avid surfer. He has lived on South Africa's Western Cape his entire life.
Grew up in this area. As you can see, the beauty is just amazing. Just love it.
The most southerly region on the African continent. This coastline stretches for over 750 miles, straddles the Indian and Atlantic Oceans, and draws more than 2.6 million visitors every year. The waters here are fed by frigid Antarctic currents and are known for their huge waves, epic storms, and sharks. More than 100 species call this region home, such as the broad-nosed seven-gill shark that roams the shallows, the sleek and graceful blue shark, and the pajama cat shark with its distinctive striped camouflage. But the deadliest shark on the planet lives here too. The great white. A single bite from this apex predator can be fatal.
That day was worst nightmare for any surfer. It happened about 100, 150 yards, right there. Weather was just perfect. Same as today, nice and sunny.
Matt has come to Kogel Bay for a day of surfing. Also at the beach is 20-year-old champion bodyboarder David Lilienfeld and his younger brother Gustav.
David and his brother was walking past and they went down to the water's edge.
But they are not alone. David and his sibling attempt to catch the next wave when the unthinkable happens.
Just saw this big dark thing coming out of the water. The shark grabbed him, sort of took him down. The water color changed from sea green to a bloodbath, like to red in seconds.
David fights for his life.
He wasn't just lying there. He was hitting the shark like that with his boogie board. I was hoping and praying that David is going to get out unscratched.
David's brother Gustav tries to save his sibling, but it's no use. The shark clamps its jaws down on David's leg and bites the limb clean off. As David bleeds into the water, the shark remains on the scene.
The shark was in the shallows, and we could see it just cruising up and down.
Gustav has no choice but to retreat to the safety of the shore. But for his brother, it's too late.
There was too much blood, and it was, yeah, just terrible. David's body washed in, and his brother took the body to the rocks. That's something that I still wake up some mornings to, you know, when I hear that yelling, and that's every surfer's worst nightmare to see.
In the aftermath, experts conclude that David was killed by the ocean's most fearsome hunter, the great white shark. In most places around the world, great whites share the ocean with humans, largely without incident. But here on South Africa's Western Cape, it's a totally different story. Since 1970, there have been more than 80 shark attacks, and the situation appears to be getting worse. From 2009 to 2019, there were more than 20 attacks. 6 of them were fatal. In fact, almost 1 in 4 of all fatal great white attacks in the world happen here, making this one of the most deadly coastlines on Earth. It's a reputation that no tourist haven wants.
It's a sad situation. Our communities, they just get scared. They don't want to go into the ocean because of what has happened.
I've been running dive schools for over 30 years. Shark attacks affect the diving business because people are afraid of sharks.
The problem must be solved for swimmers here and across the world.
It's really important to identify the factors that are associated with shark attacks, because we have a chance of using that knowledge to help us to keep beachgoers safer in the water.
So why are there so many great white shark attacks on this single stretch of coastline? And why are these great whites so deadly? For some locals, the answer seems obvious. They think one of South Africa's most profitable industries has blood on its hands. Shark cage diving.
A lot of people were saying, yeah, it's because of shark cage diving.
So how might this terrifying thrill ride be connected to the attacks? Boat skipper Richard Theron has been running a diving operation out of Cape Town for the last 10 years. He believes it all comes down to how a shark's brain works.
All right, this is mashed up fish mixed with sardines.
As the shark detects the odor trail of the chum in the water, it stimulates a highly adapted area of its brain called the olfactory bulbs. As chemicals from the odor pass through the nostrils and hit this bundle of nerves, it indicates to the shark which direction they should swim to find the source of the smell and a meal.
And this is what's drawing the shark to the boat. So let's get in. Sit like this. And then from there, nice and easy.
As the shark approaches the cage, tour operators lure the massive predator even closer, using another piece of pungent bait, a tuna head on the end of a rope.
This is great white sharks in their natural environment. These animals are absolutely extraordinary.
Trips like this are an almost daily occurrence on the Western Cape. But for some locals, like surfing instructor Ant Schulte, this method of attracting sharks could have fatal consequences.
When it comes to cage diving, I'm 100% against that. I think that all they're doing is conditioning sharks to associate in the sight of humans with feeding and the promise of food.
Conditioning is a form of learning where animals exhibit a certain behavior in response to a stimulus in order to get a reward. In the case of cage diving, the sharks are being fed while there are humans in cages in the water. The theory is that by repeating this process over and over, white sharks are becoming trained to expect a meal whenever they encounter a person, inside a cage or not.
I don't think that's a healthy thing to do at all.
And the statistics seem to confirm the theory. Between 1992 and 2012, the number of commercial cage diving outfits in South Africa has multiplied 10 times over. As the number of operations has gone up, so too has the average number of annual shark attacks. But there is more to conditioning than meets the eye. At the University of Tampa Shark Lab, Dr. Dan Huber digs deeper into the science of how sharks learn.
In theory, sharks can become conditioned to learn to associate people with a meal. But for that to be true for cage diving, we would need to prove that the divers are the direct source of the stimulus that the sharks are associating with food.
In a 2-year study from 2002 to 2004, scientists from several South African marine research institutions explored this very question. The researchers went on more than 600 cage dives to observe the precise behavior of great white sharks.
What the researchers found is that white sharks were consistently going to the stern of the boat where the chum was being dispersed, or attacking baited prey that was put into the water.
As these videos show, even though it appears that the sharks are heading for the cage, the predators are actually just following the baited lines that tour guides are dragging through the water.
This suggests that the divers aren't the direct source of the stimulus that the sharks are associating with food. So it's unlikely that cage diving is the reason for these attacks.
But although cage diving can't explain the bloodshed, perhaps the answer could lie with another unique feature of the region, one that also draws tourists in their droves: giant waves. These colossal breakers, some reaching up to 30 feet in height, make the area a mecca for big wave surfers from around the world. But these violent seas are also guarding a secret that could reveal the cause of the deadly shark attacks.
In the Western Cape, in South Africa, this is a well-known area for shipwrecks. It's known as the Cape of Storms, of the graveyard of ships. There are more than 2,500 shipwrecks in this area.
What remains of these ill-fated ships date back to the early 1700s and were mostly wrecked in the Cape's notorious winter storms. According to Dr. Enrico Gennari, a marine biologist from the University of Western Cape, there's something about these crumbling relics that sharks love.
The most amazing thing that nature gave to sharks is not 5 senses, not 6, 7 senses.
And one of these incredible senses could be the key to understanding why the coast of South Africa's Western Cape is so deadly. Great whites are powerful hunters, able to propel their bodies completely out of the water when attacking prey from below. Normally, they avoid human contact, but the great white sharks off South Africa's Western Cape are acting strangely. Scores of victims, including 20 attacks in the last decade alone, 6 of them fatal. The reason why these sharks are so deadly is a mystery, that must be solved.
There's so many, it's difficult to shake off that fear of the ocean.
The investigation has struck on a hidden feature of the Cape shoreline: shipwrecks. Thousands of these downed vessels line the shores of the Western Cape, in the very same areas as many of the attacks. So how might these crumbling relics be connected to the bloodshed? Dr. Enrico Gennari thinks it has something to do with what happens to the ships after they sink.
When a ship sinks, it starts rusting, its metals start rusting, and that's what creates these electric fields around these shipwrecks.
According to Gennari, electric fields are highly attractive to sharks. To demonstrate, he sets up an experiment.
So we're gonna test in a small controlled environment to see how a shark reacts to electric field.
Gennari is using a pajama cat shark, a species native to the Cape, named for their elongated eyes and set-back dorsal fins. First, he places an object that does not emit any electricity into the tank. This is the control, or dummy.
And let's see. The shark is staying at the floor. The shark is not reacting at all. It's very comfortable close to the dummy.
Then on the opposite side of the tank, Gennari places a device with a small charge similar to that which might be emitted by a shipwreck.
Okay, the shark is approaching the device. He's moving over it. He's turning right over it. Definitely is attracted to it. He's circling around.
This extraordinary ability is called electrosense.
One of the most amazing things that nature gave to sharks is the ability to feel electric fields around.
A shark's snout is covered in tiny pores that are filled with a conductive gel called the ampullae of Lorenzini. This gel is so sensitive, a shark can detect electricity better than any other animal on the planet. These tenacious predators can pick up on currents as low as 1/1000th of a volt. This means that if a cell phone was dropped in the ocean, a shark could locate it from at least 2 miles away.
That's why these animals are incredible predators, because they feel the environment. They don't just see or smell the environment, they feel it.
This incredible ability has a very specific purpose: hunting. It's not only man-made objects like shipwrecks that give off such signals. A shark's prey, such as fish and marine mammals, also produce small electrical currents with each heartbeat. The capacity to detect these tiny impulses enables sharks to track down their prey with devastating precision. A plausible theory has emerged. Attracted by the electrical impulses given off by the shipwrecks, are the region's great white sharks being drawn into the waters where people surf and swim, increasing the chances of an attack? A detail from the aftermath of Gennari's experiment reveals the answer.
The shark in this experiment detected something new, something different, worth to investigate. So it went over and over that area. However, look, what is happening now, as the time passed, he got used to it, and he stopped moving too much close to that electric field.
It seems that sharks learn to tolerate certain levels of electricity over time.
And therefore, I don't think our shark would stay interested in that shipwreck for too long.
The shipwrecks have been in the oceans of the Western Cape since the 1700s, and there have been few additions to their number in recent years. So, although sharks might be attracted to new sources of electricity in the ocean, these corroding crafts have been here for so long that the region's sharks no longer pay them much attention. Shipwrecks can't explain the attacks. With no end to the carnage in sight, for those that do continue to get into the water, the stakes keep getting higher and higher, as one young surfer is about to find out.
Lookout Beach is, yeah, I guess my home break, you could call it. I grew up there walking the beach with my father when I was young, and I learned to surf there, so it's quite a special place for me.
For 23-year-old Dylan Reddering, Lookout Beach is more than just home. It's where he built his career as a surfing instructor.
I guess as a surfer, you always anticipate it, but never really thought something like that would ever happen to me. I've just been giving a surf lesson at one of the beaches further down the bay. I just taken a wave in. Decided I wanted one more wave, so I started paddling out. At that moment, the shark hit. It felt like being hit by a car.
What Dylan doesn't realize is that this horrific incident could be the key to unraveling why South Africa's Western Cape is one of the most deadly coastlines on Earth.
Bottom jaw seemed to hit the bottom of the surfboard first, and that force threw me up into its top jaw and lacerated my leg open.
23-year-old surfing instructor Dylan Reddering is face to face with a great white shark.
Oh, the heart racing almost to the point where it slowed time down.
Then, as suddenly as it appeared, the shark is gone.
I could see the muscles of my inner leg.
Two friends swim to Dylan's aid and help the injured surfer back to the beach.
It's quite a strange experience. It's almost dreamlike that, you know, you're reacting without your mental processing.
Emergency services arrive within minutes and rush Dylan to the hospital. It takes 148 staples to close the wounds on his ribs, buttock, and right leg. But some injuries take longer to heal.
So to work through the mental scarring is something that's going to take a lot of time, a lot of patience, and a lot of work. But it really awakened me to the fragility of life and how precious it is.
Dylan is just one of dozens of victims who have fallen prey to great white sharks on South Africa's Western Cape. And of the more than 20 attacks that have occurred since 2009, almost 30% have been fatal. By comparison, in California, another notorious hangout for great whites, the fatality rate is just 1%. So what makes this stretch of coast so prone to shark attacks? And why are the sharks here so deadly? A clue could lie in exactly where the attack on Dylan occurred. Just north of the attack site is one of South Africa's many sewage pumping stations. Treatment plants like these are all part of South Africa's drainage system that includes 14 deep-sea sewage outlets. Every day, they pump over 13 million gallons of sometimes untreated wastewater into the ocean.
The pollution is being released 24 hours a day, all day long, every day of the year.
Professor of Chemistry Dr. Leslie Petrick has been analyzing samples of the region's marine life to investigate the effects of these waste materials. And the results of her research are deeply disturbing.
Our results show that most marine life is full of pharmaceuticals. all the pharmaceuticals that everybody uses, it's like, for instance, medicines dispensed at the pharmacy is going out into the ocean in an untreated state. Everything in the ocean, whether big or small, is busy taking these pharmaceuticals up. And so definitely this would be affecting the sharks as well.
Dr. Petrick believes there is one type of medicine in particular that could cause big problems for sharks.
Many of those pharmaceuticals are active compounds, like, for instance, antidepressants. There were studies in 2013 in Florida that actually showed that sharks actually had detectable levels of these pharmaceuticals in them, particularly antidepressants.
Previous research has demonstrated that exposing some fish to antidepressants or anti-anxiety medications makes the creatures bolder and more active. So could the presence of these powerful chemicals in the marine ecosystem be giving great whites on the Western Cape the courage to sink their teeth into beachgoers? According to Dr. Dan Huber, it comes down to how much of these medications it takes to have an effect.
When you look at the concentrations of these pharmaceuticals that have therapeutic effects on humans, the concentrations are much higher than the concentrations at which these pharmaceuticals are found in the sharks.
The sharks from the Florida study were found to have, on average, 0.001 parts per million of antidepressants in their blood plasma. Humans require at least 0.08 parts per million on average to feel the effects. 80 times the amount.
Based on what we know, it doesn't seem to suggest that exposure to pharmaceuticals has anything to do with white shark attacks.
Pharmaceuticals in the ocean are not to blame. But if the answer can't be found on the ocean floor, perhaps a clue could lie even deeper, beneath the seabed itself. An elemental force so powerful that it can affect the behavior of sharks worldwide. A great white shark strikes its prey at 35 miles per hour. That's over 10 times faster than the average person can swim. Luckily, in most parts of the world, sharks aren't chasing humans. But on South Africa's Western Cape, something is different. 20 attacks in a decade, including 6 deaths, make this one of the deadliest coastlines on Earth. The cause of this bizarre killing spree is a mystery that must be solved.
We're experiencing a higher frequency of attacks and encounters. It's something I don't know how to explain.
But a clue might lie in a special organ located in a shark's snout, the ampullae of Lorenzini. This network of pores and gels gives them the incredible ability to detect tiny electrical currents given off by their prey. But according to Brian Keller of the Florida Coastal University, it also means sharks are sensitive to another elemental force, the Earth's magnetic field.
So the inner core of the Earth is filled with iron and nickel, and that produces a magnetic field that surrounds the Earth.
It's this magnetic field that makes the lightweight magnet inside a compass turn to the north. It also means that every location on Earth has what can be best thought of as its own unique magnetic signature. Keller is conducting extensive research on how this invisible force influences a shark's behavior.
So this is what we call the magneto cube. Basically, it's lumber frames that have been wrapped in almost 10,000 feet of copper wire. And when we plug those coils in to these power supplies, it actually creates a magnetic field at the center of the cube where you see the blue tank.
Using this cube, Keller can replicate the precise conditions of the magnetic signature of any location in the world and observe how sharks react. He starts by placing a bonnethead shark caught off the coast of Northwest Florida into the tank. Keller then replicates the magnetic field that corresponds to the shark's home environment.
So if what we see is the shark spend more time swimming in a circular pattern as opposed to having a high preference for one area of the tank, And we hypothesize that this is because they believe they're home. This is the magnetic field that they're expecting to be in.
Next, Keller dials in a new, much less familiar location.
And we're going to recreate a magnetic field about 500 miles south of here.
And right away, the shark's behavior changes. Instead of swimming in a circular pattern, the predator begins to prowl the upper area of the tank.
So you can see the shark is swimming back and forth along the northern boundary. So this shark's trying to orient back towards its home where we caught it in Northwest Florida.
Brian has collected the data from hundreds of videos and meticulously collated the results. The conclusion is clear.
So now what we've learned is sharks likely use the magnetic field to navigate. And the main theory behind that is they use the ampullae of Lorenzini to help detect the magnetic field and sort of guide them in what direction to travel, which is pretty crazy.
So how might this incredible inbuilt GPS be linked to the shark attacks on the Western Cape of South Africa? It turns out there's something unique about this particular area of the globe. It's called the South Atlantic Anomaly. For reasons not fully understood, the magnetic field in the region covering South America, the South Atlantic Ocean, and South Africa is much weaker than in other parts of the world. Since sharks normally use the Earth's magnetic field to navigate, a weak spot could potentially cause the predators to inadvertently plot a course towards the shallows of the Western Cape and into contact with beachgoers. It sounds like science fiction, but similar events have happened before. In 2016, 30 sperm whales were found stranded on beaches across Europe. The event was linked to a solar storm that flung charged magnetic fields from the sun toward the Earth, in turn, scrambling the whales' navigational senses. Is something similar happening to South Africa's great white sharks? According to Dr. Dan Huber, it comes down to the rate at which the field is weakening.
In order to cause that kind of a change in the shark's behavior, there would have to be a significant change in Earth's magnetic field over a short period of time.
The latest data suggests that the field only weakens by approximately 0.2% each year. And for Huber, that's not enough.
The rate at which it's changing is relatively small, so it's not likely that this has anything to do with the attacks.
The investigation has hit the rocks. But what this latest theory does show is that new scientific research is constantly emerging about the way sharks interact with the environment. Might there be some newly discovered phenomenon that could give the investigation a new lease of life? In search of clues, Huber combs through the data related to the attacks.
All of the reports on these attacks have first-hand information of where, when, and how the attack took place.
For Huber, these reports reveal a fresh piece of evidence that could turn the entire investigation on its head.
As we work our way through these case files, there's evidence that most, if not all, of the attacks on the Western Cape took place during the middle of the day. The timing of the attacks is significant because most people believe that white sharks only really hunt during dawn and dusk.
So what could cause white sharks to hunt outside their normal routine? A key piece of the puzzle is about to fall into place. South Africa's Western Cape is notoriously dangerous. Almost 1 in 4 of all fatal great white attacks happen here. In other parts of the world, the most dangerous time to enter the water is at dawn or dusk, the times when white sharks typically hunt. But these waters are different. Investigators have identified that the majority of the attacks on the Western Cape take place during the day. This surprising anomaly could be the key to solving the mystery behind the attacks. Mike Barron is a marine biologist living in Cape Town. For the past 2 years, he's been studying the oceanic ecosystems of the Western Cape. Mike believes part of the answer lies in an incredible aspect of South Africa's marine ecology:
So today we're going to drop down and we're going to monitor one of my favorite places to dive. It's a really amazing, magical place.
These are South Africa's kelp forests. Each strand of this giant seaweed measures up to 40 feet tall and grows in dense clusters stretching over 600 miles, creating a vast underwater wonderland.
All the different complexities of life down there, and it's a fantastic area to dive and research.
The kelp forests are home to all manner of oceanic life. But there's one species that lives here of particular significance when it comes to sharks: Cape fur seals.
White sharks are often seen patrolling the edges of kelp forests looking for the Cape fur seal.
Until recently, it was believed that great whites patrolled the edges of the kelp forests at dawn and dusk, but rarely ventured in. The sun's low position in the sky was thought to help them pick out the silhouettes of unsuspecting seals as they exited the forest. But in 2019, a study emerged that turned traditional thinking about great whites' hunting patterns on its head.
In 2019, researchers were conducting a study on great white sharks. They attached some cameras to the dorsal fins, and the footage that came back was very unusual. They actually found that these sharks were moving into quite dense kelp forest areas and even hunting seals, which previously we thought was not happening at all.
And most importantly, the sharks were seen to be hunting during the day, not just at dawn and dusk.
This new revelation in shark research means that all the way through today, wherever there's kelp, there's potentially white sharks cruising around looking for their seal.
South Africa is one of a few countries in the world that has natural kelp forests right on its coast.
Kelp grows all along the beaches here in the Western Cape, right from the intertidal zone, in very highly populated beaches as well. There's lots of people swimming, surfing and diving in the kelp forests right along the coast.
This means that every day at any time, the sharks are patrolling the coastline of the Western Cape looking for seals in the exact same waters used by people. But while this explains why there are more attacks, it doesn't account for why the attacks that do occur are more likely to end in death. The final secret of South Africa's killer great whites lies in an illicit trade that takes place in these very waters.
This is Miller's Point. This is one of the sites where they launch from.
Cape Town city official Jean-Pierre Smith believes this unlawful activity could be the key to solving the mystery. But as one unfortunate victim is about to find out, it's as lucrative as it is deadly.
That would be more or less where it happened.
"21-year-old local Nkosinathi Mayaba is among a group of people swimming off the coast.
They said it was a clear and good day. It's a sunny day.
Around 3 p.m., the group starts to swim back towards the shoreline. When tragedy strikes.
The shark had gotten him on his leg and pulled him below. The shark had gotten him on his leg and pulled him below.
21-year-old local Nkosinathi Mayaba has just been bitten by a great white shark.
The damage was extensive. There was a great deal of blood.
One of the other swimmers turns to help, but it's too late. The young man can barely stay afloat.
After that, when he turned around again, Mayaba was gone.
4 days later, Mayaba's body washes up on shore. Deaths like these are tragic. South Africa's Western Cape has seen 20 attacks between 2009 and 2019, 6 of them fatal, meaning that 30% of attacks here end in death. The reason for the high number of fatalities is a mystery. But for Jean-Pierre Smith, the reason why this particular victim was in the water in the first place could hold a vital clue in the investigation. The young man was in fact part of an illegal gang who were poaching a prized nautical treasure, abalone. The South African abalone is a type of sea snail considered to be a delicacy in the Far East. In fact, in the markets of Asia, it can fetch more than $250 a pound.
That results in quite a thriving black market with very high prices for abalone.
In a nation with the worst income equality in the world, for some, crime is the only way to put food on the table. And so as the price of wild abalone has risen, so have the number of abalone poachers. In 2016, it was estimated that poachers stole 7 million abalone, up from just 4 million in 2008. But Jean-Pierre's investigation has unearthed another shocking fact. Mayaba isn't the only poacher to have been killed by great whites in these waters.
Even last week, we had what was presumably a poacher on the beaches over to the right, along that False Bay coastline, almost stripped down to skeletal remains.
The statistics are shocking.
We're aware of 3 poachers that have been taken. Figures probably at least double that. Many of the incidents are unlikely to be reported because of the criminal activity going along with it.
Poachers often spend more than 6 hours in the open ocean, which means that not only are the chances of attack much higher than for most beachgoers, but the likelihood of getting to shore safely exponentially smaller.
The sharks are patrolling those areas, and they're putting themselves in a lot of risk.
In fact, investigations show that from 2009 to 2019, 30% of all deaths from great whites off the Western Cape were abalone poachers. An answer has emerged. The sheer volume of attacks are most likely the result of the vast kelp forests that line the shore, providing the great whites with the perfect habitat in which to hunt seals all day long, in the vicinity of beachgoers. While the high rate of death appears to be because the numbers are bolstered by a portion of the victims being abalone poachers, who are at a greater risk because they swim for so long, often far from safety. It's a deadly combination that could have global implications. South Africa's kelp forests are among the healthiest in the world. Elsewhere, issues such as climate change and overfishing have seen forests decline. But that's starting to change. Kelp forests in the United States, as well as Australia and South America, are showing signs of a rebound, meaning that attacks could become a more regular occurrence.
I think it's almost inevitable that shark encounters will increase. You know, the amount of people swimming and surfing every day, shark encounters are going to happen.